They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I'm your host MC Toon on the channel MC Toon Live. There's a lot of Toon going on. I'll be drinking some Toon Shine later. That was a can. You hear that? Oh, I can't do it again. Anyway, I am glad you're here tonight on this disappearing stream. I will be going over some Q&A for the final experiment, the trip to Antarctica. So if you have some questions, queue them up, get them ready. I have invited Jon Mariande, and he said maybe, you know, it depends on his schedule. He hasn't responded in the last couple minutes here. I just popped him a message saying, hey, I'm ready. What do you think? How's it look? I gave him a wide range of time, so he may or may not come. If he does, though, he is the photographer, the videographer. He's making the documentary, and that he was a lot of fun on the trip. He's a flat earther, and but he had a good sense of humor and was just a nice guy to have around. And so that was Jonathan. Now, if you may notice, I put up two more rows. I just finished a couple minutes ago. So. Why stream disappearing, says Max. Toon is hiding something. No, I just thought I'd give you Zoomers, because I know there's so many Zoomers here, you Zoomers an opportunity to feel what it was like when you're like, you saw the preview for that Knight Rider episode. You're like, oh, it's going to be so good. I can't wait for that. You're like, Michael Knight and Kit, and he jumped over some school buses and he punched the button, and then he had to take a nap while Kit was driving. It was amazing. And then you're like, your parents are like, oh no, we're going to be busy that night. You're like, no, I'm never going to see it. And you knew if you weren't there at that time, you didn't see it. You could not have seen Michael Knight press that button and jump over the school bus. You're done. The next day at school, everybody's like, did you see it? It was so awesome. You're like, oh, I didn't. I wish I could see it. Anyway, that's what it's like. So if you're not here, too bad. So you are the ones, the 242 of you at the moment are the ones that get to see it. And that's it. So PJ CNET said I had VHS then to record it, though. You did not. When Knight Rider was new, you did not have VHS. Somebody educate PJ CNET. Right? Did he actually have VHS when that one episode, you know the one I'm talking about, of Knight Rider was on? Anyway. So yes, there was no VHS then. Do we have a flurf in here already? If the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't need MC Toon or Res Rhetoric to prove it's a ball. Well, no, we can't take credit for that there, true Earth knowledge. If that is your real name, I have my suspicions. No, the shape of the Earth was determined long ago. I think you could potentially the historical figure that you could give credit to, the earliest having like listing out specific evidence for the shape of the Earth would be Aristotle. And he identified a couple interesting things. He had identified things on the distance or obstructed bottom up over water. And flat earthers are like, but you can zoom it back in, but you can't. They never, I ask him, like, where's that video where something's partially obstructed and then it's unobstructed? They, Jonathan is a maybe. We'll see. Anyway, that's one. Another is the curved shadow of the on the moon during an eclipse. What causes a curved shadow? Well, a circle that's at the right angle or a sphere always casts a curved shadow. And I think there was one more that he gave. But anyway, the credit goes to him. So there you go. So I don't know. I just for a disclaimer, I don't know when. None of this Knight Rider stuff is actually personal to me. It was, long before me. Oh, hold on. I gotta. There we go. Hold on. I have a lot of things automated, and I stopped the automation for. Well, oh, come on. That didn't stop it. It's supposed to have been stopped. Disable. There we go. Okay. There we go. Got it. Okay. Anyway, because if something kicks off, then the bandwidth gets done. And did Will get drone photos? I know he did videos over there. He did get drone photos. Video. I don't know if he took photos. I was not actually involved much with when he was doing the drone stuff. I was actually never next to him when he was doing the drone, except for that one video where he live streamed it. That was like, hey, let's do this simultaneously. When he was I was busy doing stuff and he was busy doing stuff. So that idea, I don't know. Anyway, so we've got Jonathan there. CC from Westchester. Oh, dude, big fans here. Selenelian proves a globe. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but it is definitely good evidence for the Earth being a globe, because the globe predicts the selenelian, so it matches. Selenelian is an eclipse where you can look one direction and see the sun just above the horizon, and you look the other direction, you see the moon just above the horizon. So the globe predicts that, and in fact, the globe predicts where you will see that at the points that are equidistant from the GP of both the sun and the moon, and then some buffer on either side of it. On flat Earth, where is the selenelian? Nobody knows. Nobody can answer any questions about flat Earth. So selenelian is excellent evidence for the globe. I wouldn't lead with that, but it certainly falsifies flat Earth, because how does it even happen on flat Earth? How does the flatness get in the way of the line of sight between the sun and the moon? There's nothing between them on flat Earth. So every eclipse is evidence for the globe because we can predict them, but certainly a lunar eclipse is, death for flat Earth. So anyway, questions. I think I can do a start a Q&A. So I've not done this Q&A. There you go. Ask a question about TFE. So oh, there we go. Okay. So you can ask questions there and they'll show up there. See that? Well, you don't see anything. I can change that too. Here we go. There it is. Okay. So you can ask questions and I'll answer them. Oh, Lord Odin Allfather says, I think he meant Silmarillion. JRRT. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, Silmarillion. I did like the Silmarillion. I read it twice. And by I mean didn't understand. Come on, who really understood this Silmarillion? Seriously. Anyway, I have all of the videos and photos pretty well organized for the trip, and so I can pull them up mostly pretty quickly. So here is, for example, this is a photograph I took on the back of the seat between Miami and Santiago, and it doesn't show the elevation. I have a different one that shows the elevation. It was close to 40,000 feet, this particular flight. I did get a measurement of the dip of the horizon to be shown in an upcoming video. Here we go. Steve6464 says VHS was invented in 1976. Knight Rider premiered in 1982. Okay, so when was VHS like widely available? And and then when did PJ CNET's family get, which will be a little bit more difficult to do. We're gonna have to take his eyes from it. Take his eyes from it. Take his word for it. So PJ, really, when did you get VHS? Barry F says Middle Earth is flat in the Silmarillion. In fact, I don't know that, but I do know that Narnia is flat. And at the end of Prince Caspian in the book, not in the movie, in the book, he's like, what? You have a spherical Earth? You live in a globe, not a flat Earth? Really? I gotta see this. So he was so amazed at the idea, and he just wanted to see it, but that did not make it into the movie. I did check. ZI Prophet. Hello, ZI Prophet. Andrew Stoll says, I think my family got ours in 1981-ish. Really? Okay. Earlier than ours. My family had a VCR in 79. They sold for about $1,000, and they were made like a tank. I do remember seeing those tank-like VCRs. In fact, I also remember launching one with the trebuchet, because one of the things they had was they had the different channels, and you could fine-tune each channel. So there is a dial for each channel where it would adjust the electronics. And so this VCR had this big front panel with tons and tons of dials, and there's little gears in it and everything. So much machinery in it. And when we launched it with the trebuchet, everything just disassembled. And there's like this fountain of little parts that came up from when it hit the ground. It's pretty cool. Did I say trebuchet? I did, in fact, say trebuchet. You didn't know that. I have built a trebuchet. I haven't seen trebuchet or Trey, as we call him, in a little while. But yeah, he's doing good. He is 15 feet tall, a little less at the hip, right, the pivot, and the arm. So I think it's maybe 13 at the pivot, and the arm is 15 from the pivot to the tip. And then the counterweight is a 200-gallon drum that was a fuel oil drum that we got off of Craigslist in somebody's basement. It was. They're like, hey, we don't need it anymore, so just need to carry it up the stairs. So we did, and then we filled it with sand, about 2,200 pounds of sand, I think is the tally right now, maybe 2,400. We put in 200 pounds at a time, just to kind of work its way up. So, yes, icy spin, 15 feet. Anyway, we don't launch, we don't launch produce. We specifically tuned it for bowling balls, but my favorite thing to launch is running lawnmowers. Nothing's better than launching a running lawnmower with a trebuchet. I mean, you may have heard there are things better than that, but there are not. So we would Craigslist, find lawnmowers for cheap often they didn't work very well. We'd, nurse them back to running. We didn't need to get them running very well, so we'd get them running a little bit. And then, of course, you do what's always fun in any project like this. You defeat the safety the mechanism. It's got that little bar. You got to keep squeezing so that it runs. Zip tie. And then sometimes there's like a governor on it, so it only runs at a certain speed. Like, stick that open so it runs at full speed. And really, 2-stroke engines are the best ones. 4-stroke tend to die midair, so you get a 2-stroke engine, they keep going in the air. And so, like, a lawn boy is the best. I don't like to mow lawns with lawn boys. That sucks, but they're 2-stroke engines, so very, very fun. So, has Jaron released the data recorded on the Jaronometer? He did not, because the Jaronometer was done by Where's Wally? So, true Earth knowledge. Flat horizon. Seriously. It's got to be a Poe. Do we have questions here? Let me see. Do we have questions? Can I switch to questions? Can you ask questions? I don't know how do you ask questions? I don't know. Maybe that's not what I'm doing. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, all right. Tag me if you have a question. How about that? And I'm going to work on getting a Zoom call set up so that John can join. So, all right. Here's that. Copy invite link. So, whenever you're ready. There we go. All right. Got it. Itoria says, let's get ready to today. Whatever that means. Let's get ready to today. Any update on Mitchell from Australia? No, I don't think his wife was not excited that he was doing flat Earth stuff. So I think she kind of said no more. So all good. That's for the best. Okay. I got a couple. Let's see. Enough said. Where's the video? Okay. I'm so old. I push Loma horizontal eye zone. Yeah. So funny. Have you heard of pumpkin chunking? Of course I have. But like I said, we don't do produce. We always use a sacrificial sling, which means that we attach the sling to the object. So when we do bowling balls, we attach the bowling ball to the sling. And so we'll drill a hole all the way through the bowling ball. We'll run the metal cable, all the way through it. And then on the other end, we'll put a couple cinches on it. And then on the far end, we put a loop and then some cinches on that. And then we tune them. So we actually have like a whole set of bowling balls. And we've documented how, we've numbered them or identified them uniquely so that we know how far each of them went. And we did a few different things initially to tune the angle of the what do we call it? The tip? I don't know. Just the tip. Anyway, so to get that angle, because it's flexible angle, but we're like, this is where we found it. And we're like, we haven't messed with it forever. So, okay. So it's a button on the chat here. So I don't see. Okay, let me see if I end the Q&A. I don't get anything. I don't see. I don't know what this. All right. That Q&A didn't do much. Okay. Icy Spin sent one. What did you? I've never done the ask a question thing before. It's a button on the chat here. I have no way of seeing the questions that were asked. That's weird. Okay, well, you'll have to tag me, I guess, unless somebody's done it before and can give me a quick instruction. All right, so I'll scroll back here. Let's see. I got stop giving me flashbacks to pushing those old ones even worse and having to sharpen them. Jack Fetter says I clicked on ask question and it logged it. Weird. I don't know. Carbureted or injected four strokes last longer. I don't know if there's fuel injected four stroke lawnmowers. Do they exist? I don't know. If they do, we certainly didn't launch any. We only launched cheap ones. GJP GJ Pugly, sorry, says we have a little box on top of the chat that allows us to privately send you questions. I don't know where those questions show up for me though, because I'm looking at the here. I don't know where they are. Anyway. Okay. We got Ted Park says, did your feet get any colder in Antarctica or was it like any other cold place? So we were well prepared and we had a lot more gear than we needed while we were there. So we brought thin socks and thick wool socks. And those thick wool socks are very thick, very warm socks, and then boots. And we rented these negative 100 Fahrenheit boots. And we also I brought some really quality hiking boots for cold weather. And I wore the really thick ones just for walking off the plane, and I did not wear them the rest of the time. I wore them that first day, and then during that live stream that I did that ended about 4:30 a.m., I was outside the whole time, and at the end of that was the only time my feet were cold. Otherwise, the rest of the time, my feet were pretty warm. Now, normally when you're walking around on ice, your feet get really cold because the ground just it's an infinite sink of heat energy, right? You'll never warm up the ground with your feet. The ground will always cool you down. But I was always moving around enough or in and out of buildings enough or whatever that I never got where my feet were cold. So, and I know what cold feet are like. I live in Minnesota. It happens. So, I think I saw the little Zoom flash for a guest popping in. Let me get this going. All right. I see. Interesting, Jonathan. I see him coming in. So there you go. All right. All right. They can hear you.
Can you see me?
And now they can see you.
Oh, cool. I'm trying to turn this Fathom note-taking app off.
I can kick it off.
Yeah, kick it out. It's just automatic on my Zoom.
All right. Remove and don't report to Zoom.
Recording stopped.
There we go. All right. Jonathan.
Mike, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
I was reminiscing about watching Knight Rider and not being able to, well, not reminiscing because I'm not never being able to see it again because this video will disappear. Nobody's going to see it after tonight.
Okay, cool.
I see you're wearing your green screen.
Yeah, this is like the warmest thing that I own, and it's raining in Los Angeles, so I kind of wear it a lot. Yeah, it's good. It's good quality warm weather.
I have the same one, though it's not the famous green screen color. So
I noticed. Yeah, I've been watching you. You have a black one on.
No, I have it's blue.
No, it's blue, but it's
the patch is black. Yeah. Yeah. So I was doing a Q&A. I I haven't done much. I haven't actually done a Q&A specifically for TFE with anybody yet. So I had a few people asking some questions here. So
Cool.
I don't know if they have questions for you. So in case they don't know you, maybe you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hey, Jonathan Mariande. I was the filmmaker on the final experiment. And I still am. We're editing, and it's very exciting how it's all coming together right now. Very exciting. It's feeling like a good doc. I don't want to say too much.
No spoilers. Yeah.
It's no spoilers, but it's feeling really good. There's a guy. It's funny how it's amazing how deep and how vast let's call it the greater flat earth and globe communities are. And there was a guy that reached out to us, I think when we were in Antarctica, and he's like, hey, I'm a composer. He reached out to Will, and the guy was like the most persistent person I've ever met. He emailed me like a couple times a week because I responded at the beginning and said, yeah, I'll follow up with you. And he kept following up. And so finally I was like, this guy's not going away. And I'm getting to that point where we're listening to music and starting to think about those sort of aesthetics. And so I said, let me take a call and see what the guy's like. And he was great. He was wonderful. The call exceeded expectations for those type of things. And then I listened to his music and I was blown away. And yeah, that was today. That doesn't happen to me often, where a random person hits you up, excited about what you're doing. It's like, hey, I do this, check it out. And then it's actually really good. So I should get his name. I'm pretty sure it's Dave. Hold on. Yeah, Dave. Dave, we'll save his last name for later.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dave, if you're listening. Very good call today. And overall, it's good stuff. And I'm enjoying going through and reliving things like the interviews, where there's so much nuance when you're interviewing someone. My brain was prepped for the trip and making sure batteries were packed and charged. And so a lot of the times I was coherent during the interviews and I was with you guys, but then with the nuance of the direction of what the project is and different experiences, it's like I'm hearing a lot of the science and the experiments and people's testimonies for the first time. And it's really cool to kind of slow down and revisit it all without the rat race of just going somewhere like Antarctica, carrying the gear. So that's where I've been. I think we're in week 4 now of the edit.
Okay.
So yeah, very exciting.
I've been going through day 2 of my trip. So December 10th.
You have a lot of stuff too. And one of the things I was like joking about your content was it's such a good example of who you are. I mean, the very first clip that you gave me, I'm looking at it and it's a POV camera and you're solving a Rubik's Cube and I loved it. And I sat through the whole thing and I timed it. I was like, okay, how long is this going to take him? And you do it. And that was really fun. Your stuff that camera you use is fantastic. Horizontal lock. And so, yeah.
All right.
It is.
But to your point, though, I'm watching these things and I'm like, I forgot about that. I forgot about this. Like, here's a picture I took. I put it up earlier. A picture I took of the back of the seat flying from Miami to Santiago just before, near Santiago, when we're still at 40,000 feet. I'm like, I don't remember.
And are you balancing? Is this where you're balancing the nickel?
Yeah.
You have a couple times on my footage you did it, but then on yours you're balancing a nickel or whatever that was.
It's $1. Yeah, Sacagawea dollar. Yeah. I brought it specifically to do that on planes at somebody's request.
Yeah.
And
Well, he did it, and it stays up for quite a while.
Yeah. I mean, you've probably heard flat earthers say, well, if the earth is moving 1,000 miles an hour, why don't we feel it? Like the plane is moving 500 miles an hour, yet the coin doesn't feel it. Where do you go with that?
He made a good point. This is, again, not remembering things, but we're on the plane, and he's like, kind of leans into me in his kind of critical think way. And he's like, have you noticed something about the plane? And I'm just thinking, I'm like, where is he going? And I'm filming, I'm not responding. He goes, feels like we're walking downhill when you walk to the back of the plane. If you walk to the back of the plane. And I'm like, yeah, it does. Yeah, why is that? It's weird. He's like, because the plane's like this, flying forward. He's flying forward. And I'm like, oh. And I didn't quite get it then, what point he was making. I come back now. I was on a Clubhouse with him the other night, so I learned quite a bit about him being like an aviation scientist on the F-35 or something. Crazy like
not
that.
Not the 35, but yeah.
Like a fighter jet.
Yep.
Some telemetry or something. Didn't know that on the trip. But yeah, it's true.
So I had done a ask question thing earlier, and I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Maybe. No, that's not it.
You're not at your regular spot. Looks like you got like a new Joe Rogan podcast wall going up there.
I am. This is my home. This is where I normally do stuff, but the whole back wall I've been in a multi-month refurb. So
cool.
I had a shelf there and a bunch of stuff on the shelf. My grandpa had built that shelf forever ago. And my wife's like, we're going to rearrange stuff. So the shelf's out somewhere else now.
Yeah. You have like a map. Is it a map of Italy that you've got like 3 papers that were like? That
was the first thing I did to get into this in a video. It was, a flat earther had said that he would pay $100,000. I knew it was fake to use flight charts to show a route from starting at one place, going, somewhere else, turning 90 degrees, going to another city or spot, turning 90 degrees and coming back to where you started from. So essentially a triangle with 3 90-degree turns on it, which on a flat surface you can't do. An equilateral triangle on a flat surface is 60, 60, 60. But on the surface of a sphere, you can have a 90, 90, 90 triangle. And so I did it digitally. A bunch of other people did it digitally. And then he moved the goalposts. He said, no, I meant on paper charts. So I'm like, oh, I can do that. So I printed out a bunch of paper charts and I did it. And then I taped them together and I drew the route on them. And then when you lay them flat, it doesn't work. But when you put it on the surface of a sphere, it did. And I'm like, there you go. And then he didn't pay.
That's fascinating. 90-degree angles to make a triangle on a globe, on a sphere.
Yeah. That's geometry. So my sister,
you're going around it is kind of the thing, right? Like it's coming, you're basically at the, that would be the way to do. So it's still a triangle.
Yep. Yeah. And it's part of spherical trigonometry. It's not often covered at high school level. It's usually like if you take algebra in college, it typically would be covered early on in that. And a lot of people don't do that, so they don't know about it. So
interesting.
Yeah. So that'll go back up probably over here. But this is just reclaimed pallet wood.
Shiplap.
Well, no, it's not shiplap. I thought about. I have a shaper table with router bits, and I'm like, I could have done shiplap, but I don't care. I'm okay if there's a black line between them. So.
It's kind of a good look. You can go all the way up, I guess, right?
Yeah. I put 2 more rows on just tonight, so. But it's time consuming because the pieces are inconsistent and wavy, so I have to run them through my table saw twice. Every single piece, twice through my table saw, at least.
Got it.
So, we were talking about VCRs. Do you know when the VCR was created? The first VHS VCR?
Wow.
76. I didn't know that either.
Wow.
Because the question was whether or not you could record Knight Rider on a VCR, because somebody claimed he did, and I'm like, I'm calling BS on that. But turns out
full circle.
It's possible. It's possible because Knight Rider came out in '82, so 6 years later.
Yeah, I was born in '82.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you are old. So very old.
Yeah.
I'm just 13.
Getting up there. I'm getting up there.
So how people? So there's a couple questions. For you, let's see here. Let's start here. Jonathan, how's the documentary coming along? Do you have a date for release?
It's coming along well. I think we're on schedule. Don't have a date for release because we don't know where this is going to end up. Haven't even reached out to any outlets or buyers or sales agents, but we're getting pretty close to doing that. And, you don't want to jump the gun. You don't want to wait too long on that sort of thing. So I think pretty soon here, we'll be done with what I would call a proper rough cut. And I think from there, things will probably move pretty quick. As it stands now, no release dates, but close. We're close. Maybe a trailer or a teaser trailer. Those sort of things can be expected soon. A little taste.
Okay.
Maybe in a month or so.
So another question: did you use a lot of special effects to make it look like I'm flying often, or did you just use the parts where I was really flying?
A little both, a little mix. It was hard to really bring the green screen because when you unfold it, it fits, but packing it down, it's not really compressed. It doesn't compress well, so that was a challenge. McKeegan did all the heavy lifting with that.
Yeah. I mean, he's good. He's good.
Tech. Yeah. He could explain it too. I can't even understand it.
Let's see. Somebody told me how to use. All right, Clint. Any plans for another trip to Antarctica with doted SpaceX suits during Arctic winter to record the 24-hour night? What do you think?
I'd love to.
You'd go. You'd go to the 24-hour night.
Yeah, that'd be great. That would be incredible.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, the stars.
The stars would be something.
Great.
But
that would be something.
You'd not want to go outside. You're from California.
But I wasn't that cold.
It wasn't cold there.
Experience the cold. No, it wasn't cold.
We had great weather, so
it was great.
It was 20s.
Unbelievable. I'm still kind of convinced maybe this is like a Mr. Beast prank on me, and I'm going to put all this work in a doc, and they're like, hey, guess what? We fooled you, because so many things that could have gone wrong went right. There's a lot of conflict too, and a lot of things that didn't go perfect, but
yeah,
it's crazy to think about, especially telling friends. And I've had the conversation now so many times, and
you did what?
Yeah, conditions
for
are
why?
perfect. Yeah, what? The people's expectation of Antarctica is always like, they think it's like an Indiana Jones kind of experience. I'm like, no, it's pretty tame. Like, we sat in a room for about 30 hours, give or take. And then we were down in another campsite for like a day and a half, maybe. I don't know what the time frame was exactly. It wasn't that long. It's all a blur. I didn't sleep much. A lot of battery charging on very slow power.
Mark had that crazy. Did you see that? The
360 camera?
No. The lithium polymer battery with the fast charger. So I brought these. I brought 6 of these chargers. Right.
Yeah.
And he's like, here, look at this. This is about the same volume, as wider, but not as thick. And he's like, it's a lithium polymer. And then he had a fast charger with it. It was a crowdfunded project. And he's like, all right, it's at like 1 digit percent, like 5% or something like that. And I'm going to plug it in now. And then And then he comes back. He's like, it's been 30 something minutes. Look at how high it is. And it was at like 90 something percent. I'm like, holy cow, that's pretty fast. Oh my gosh.
What was he charging? His cell phone?
No, a brick charger, like one of these.
It just charges, the battery charges that quick.
Yeah. And when
I saw at CES this year, they announced a, I don't know what type of battery it is, but it'll charge your iPhone in like 3 seconds.
That's not possible, actually.
It was, I'm pretty sure, wait, let me confirm the time. So maybe it was 15 seconds.
The battery can only take the power so fast without serious limitations.
No, trust me, it was unbelievable. I mean, maybe I got fooled. I thought it was at CES.
Like,
it seemed unbelievable.
There are people working on batteries.
It's called the viral phone toaster at CES. Can fully charge your handset in under 5 seconds. Sort of. All you need is a Swip It phone case, and the company's charging hub to get a fresh battery. Okay,
so it's charging their case.
It's not the iPhone; it's charging the case.
Yeah. And I'm gonna doubt the reliability of that, knowing the physics of how you charge things like that.
Yeah, it says to use this device, the user needs the hub as well as the case, which Swip It refers to as the link. On the case's back is a battery, which is inserted into the hub. It gets swapped out for another fully charged 3,500 milliwatt hour battery or milliamp hour battery, ready to give you the juice. Okay, so that makes sense.
There you go. Yeah.
Don't read headlines, I guess is the lesson.
Yeah, read the whole thing. Okay, so you would go back for the 24-hour night.
Absolutely.
The problem with that, the challenge is there isn't easy transportation at the moment. Like if you want to be there over winter, you get there in like March or even earlier, but March would be kind of the late end, maybe April, and then you're there. Like then they all leave, and there isn't any more transportation that happens until October, maybe.
That would be tough with my family.
Yes.
So that'd be tough to commit a year. But that said, I'd still love to do it.
Yeah.
I think the experience,
So, all right, so you said you were in Clubhouse, so maybe this will be to the point. Has Lisbeth come back to the Globe? Do you know? I haven't really spoken with her.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I didn't hear that. We just connected very briefly recently, and then Critical Think came into it, and I got a phone call while he was talking. I heard a little bit of it. And it was actually with my editor. So I swapped over and it just took me out of it for like over half an hour. And I didn't go back in.
All right.
But I don't know where she's at.
Simulator asks, are you going to tell us about triangles with 4 angles? Looks like you are not so smart. I don't know who Simulator is, but sounds like a little sassiness there.
Definitely not the smartest. I have a good potty mouth, but understanding of trigonometry, not my strong suit.
I'm getting the impression that this person was asking me about a 4-angle triangle.
A square?
Yeah, that's what we call a square or rectangle or a parallelogram.
Well, that's why I found it so interesting. I mean, I know a 90-degree angle seems like it would make a that's a square. Yeah. So a triangle, that's interesting. Like what? Tell me more.
All right, let's see. I don't know if this is for me or you. Eddie Reese says, what did you personally take away? Let's have it to you. What did you personally take away from this experience, scientifically or philosophically?
It caught me at the end of the day. I could tell you all that. Scientifically, there was a lot scientifically I took away. I'll go philosophical. The Socrates statement, a man who knows nothing knows more than he knows, that really resonates with me because as I'm watching you guys do these experiments and invent technology, a lot of magnometers, ohmmeters, diamometers, a lot of meters, which I'm enjoying going through it now. Like I'm learning what we filmed right now. Yeah, I think asking questions is always the key. And on a philosophical level, even the people who feel like they might be wrong, maybe your question you're answering, you already know it's wrong. Ask it anyway. It's okay. There's not a wrong time to ask a question. It's a good time to figure out if you agree what the words mean and if you have understanding of it. So, tough question for me I woke up at 6, so 8 o'clock at night. And I've been staring at the computer until I went in with my daughter for dinner and my wife's out. So, anyway.
All right. I don't, man, when people ask me questions that are philosophical, like, I can answer that later, but not now. Like, I'll come up with the answer later. I'll think about it, and I want.
Yeah.
So let's see. You could, oh yeah, so this is about going in the winter there. You could record a full 24-hour star trails around Sigma Octantis in the Antarctic winter. Which would be quite a bit more difficult to do than we had for the sun. Potentially. I don't know. Stars don't show up as well on cameras, and any ambient light can mess it up. So you'd have to be more careful. I took, I don't know if you saw, I took star trails after we got back to Antarctica, to Punta Arenas.
Yeah, I saw McKeegan showed me some at the same time you guys took them. And I watched you guys on the GPS one night when I was getting some sleep. And it was like, you guys were all over the fountain and then like in the ocean a little bit and then back. And then Dave came up and I was like, hey, like I was looking at the GPS. Is everybody down there? And he's like, well, they were. It's just Mike now. He was there when I got there. He's just running around. You know, he's just got a lot of energy. I'm like, what's he doing? He's like, star trails. I managed to get a proper one, but I have to take a look in the computer. I don't think I saw yours though.
So that was before I did that, but it was windy.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So it was windy. My camera was shaking, so the star trails are kind of jaggedy, which is okay.
I tried to do it too.
Yeah.
Before we left, I tried to take one. I got the wind issue.
Yeah, and then but on the way after we got back, I'm like, I don't need to go outside. I can point it right out the window because the one nice thing about that hotel, well, there's a lot of nice things. I like that hotel, but they didn't have any security, any safety on those windows.
Yeah.
You open the window and it's 6 stories down to the ground. There's nothing there.
Yeah. Right.
You don't get those in the United States. You open the window this much, or it's a screen, or there's bars, or I don't know. But even if you're on the ground floor, you can't do that. But yeah, you could have fallen. So anyway, so I stuck the camera as much as I could, looking out the window, and got star trails from inside. And I actually set it up. Then I went to sleep.
I did some time lapse that way. Just set it up and
yeah. They're wondering what accent that was.
That was Dave McKeegan.
Hold on. I want to hear. I want to contrast the Dave McKeegan accent to the Critical Think accent.
Wait,
because they might be the same.
Yeah, they're the same. Right. Okay. Well, Dave's a little cheekier, and Critical Think is like Australian. Like, what's this ice? Just feet slip out from under me.
Poor guy.
If I make a drink, I could get there. Yeah.
Fell on his butt.
Poor guy.
Oh, I love. He is so fun.
Yeah.
He didn't care about anything. No.
Does it? He would just look at me and be like, "Bro, have you thought about what I've said, eh?" And I'm like, trying to remember what particular thing he's talking about. And so I'm just staring at him. He's just staring at me. He's like, you still flat earther. And, I'm just filming him. He's kind of smile and be like,
with his hat. Always with that hat.
Yeah.
All right. We got Eddie Reese says, let's see, if you could bring a skeptic of any other conspiracy theory on a similar expedition. Which one and why? A skeptic of some other sort on a similar
like a moon mission, like a skeptic of the moon landing.
That might be a bit of a challenge these days. Give it another, 2-3 years when,
Elon gets it.
It will. I think it'll be a little bit before you can take a tourist trip to the moon. What somewhere else? I don't know. How about?
I don't understand. Yeah.
How about in a drivable balloon to go into visible contrails and then test the contents of the contrails to see what they are?
Oh, we got that fog right here in LA. You know the fog that's hitting everywhere right now? You know about this? The parasite fog?
I don't. Oh.
Look into it. I'd like some
the puppies
consoling on this because
Donkey.
Penguin in here?
Yes, penguin's down here. Donkey. Hold just a second. I gotta get the puppy in here. Donkey, come here. He's supposed to come in, but he gets confused.
Like you're calling him,
and then he's like, "Was I naughty?" Then he'll just go ragdoll. And he's 50 pounds, and you're like, "Oh my gosh." Oh yeah, so Icy Spin is saying, "Who's playing Toon in the documentary Blockbuster? Is Brad Pitt available?"
He wasn't available. Who did we get? Let me look.
Okay.
We got the
love you. Hold on. Well, they want to see your.
We got the drummer from the Chili Peppers. He's gonna play you.
All right. Thanks. Good night. Love you.
Maybe you want to tell how many layers I'm wearing?
How many layers?
Yeah. Tank top. Long sleeve shirt. Pajama shirt. Because we live in Minnesota.
It's cold.
Like Antarctica.
It's still cold.
He lives in California.
Where?
What? In L.A. area.
In LA, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't know what cold is. She's laughing at you.
It's not cold. I was born in Alaska, but I've never been back.
All right. Good night. All right. Sorry. I got the dog here. You've got the fog. So what the parasite fog?
Well, there's this fog that's like, I started seeing videos of strange fog appearing Tampa and other cities. And then we got it here. There's like a marine layer comes in from the ocean, but it never, I'm in Beverly Hills. It never comes this far in.
Okay.
And the other day it was like a weird, ominous cloud. Century City has some skyscrapers near me, like really tall buildings. I don't know how tall they are, 30 stories or something. And the clouds were like banked on it, slowly rolling in. And we're talking thick. It was a very ominous feel. People have been getting sick. I haven't gotten sick, but there's this theory that there's parasites and it's like a designed weapon. I don't know. Look into it for me.
Okay.
Conspiracy.
We had a fog density alert last night in North Florida. Unusual. Oh.
Yeah, it's unusual. It's weird looking too. It doesn't look like, for what it's worth.
Let's see. Somebody's saying it was smog or air pollution
in LA.
Yeah, I don't know. See, now you said you said Beverly Hills.
That's where I live.
Right.
I'm in Beverly Hills.
That's where I want to be.
Yeah, that's where I want to be.
That's the one. That's my mowing the lawn.
It's raining right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but I've got the door open. It's lovely.
Simulator said about that fog, I farted. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So,
bring a skeptic to the fog. That'll be the next trip.
Anyway, so yeah, contrails, I guess. That's because it's just exhaust. It's just exhaust. I don't know. I mean, if I could have a TARDIS, then that would solve a few things. Like you could bring them to 1963 Dallas. Is that right? Is that the year?
Did Trump ask for the rights to Doctor Who since the U.S. aid had been funding the BBC? Did you hear that?
It was?
I don't know if it's real.
I don't know.
I saw in the U.S. aid this USAID thing that's going on. Yeah, I think it was a parody shit post, but
that would make more sense.
Those crack me up. Hilarious. We'll take Doctor Who. We're going to take it. We paid for it. It's ours. Isn't that the BBC? Yeah.
Yes, the BBC is who does Doctor Who. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to any of that. My wife's like, did you see this? I'm like, nope, I didn't. And I go back, I don't ask her. I'm like, did you see that Nathan Oakley did this? She's like, who's, I don't.
I haven't looked into him. It seems too traumatizing.
Yeah, Oakley is definitely traumatizing. You don't want to look into it. Let's see.
Is he's a flatter or a glober?
He's a flatty and he's super toxic. He has a show, ironically called Flat Earth Debate. He never allows debate. If you ever go on there, he has his microphone set to automatically mute everybody else when he's talking.
When he talks, yeah.
Yeah. So you can't do a debate if that's automatically set with the person you're debating with. So I have for over 1,000 days, I've had an open invitation for him to debate me on a neutral platform, but he won't. So let's see. We got how does Jonathan feel about the pocket conspiracy as a videographer?
I love it. Bring them on. I love it. A lot of laughs. Yeah, I mean, I'm a meme. I'm a conspiracy. These things, they put a smile on my face when I wake up. I wish there was more. I'd like to keep going.
There are more. You know that. There's so many conspiracies about the trip.
No, yeah, about the trip, sure. Yeah,
but you want to be the center of them all.
I liked it when I'm like, when they're pointing out that I'm an agent of chaos, or someone said I was going through a humiliation ritual. Like, I loved reading it. I loved hearing it. There's just something about it that when it's you, like, it's one thing when it's the trip and I'm like, Flat Earth Dave, I was just in a TikTok with you like 2 weeks ago, and like, you're telling people, folks, listen, they really went to Antarctica. Okay. He's like defending all the like green screens. Like, listen, that proves that there was no green screen. And then I saw a video the other day and he's like, I don't know, I didn't get into it. I didn't have time.
Yeah, he says it was all fake now.
I got to revisit it. Yeah. Now he's saying it's fake. I'm like, what?
He's filling out the win. Which way is most beneficial to him is what he's doing.
The wind. Yeah.
So he's that's his tactic on it. I mean, he's pretty transparent in that.
I mean, you can kind of see, like, one thing I could see, you get into the conversation and that's how things go viral. And they're like, there's a little high associated with people thinking you're a conspiracy. There's a little bit of a little pep in your day when, people are like, this guy is like, they were talking about my beard in a video, saying like, look at this guy's beard. Like, he's definitely like special intelligence or like ops in the military. And in my head, I'm like, man, like, so many compliments. Like, I've never had critics.
Yeah.
I've never had critics this strong as people who doubt that I did anything. I'm like, this is great. Like, you guys think I really look like I could be military. This is amazing. That's how you know I'm military. One guy on a call, he says to me, is an Indian guy. And like, I was enjoying the conversation with him and this woman. And I said something and it was like a really inspired response to what they were saying. And he goes, everything you are saying right now is making me have the biggest smile on my face. But because everything you are saying is so right, that is how I know it is a psyop. And I'm like, you just can't win. You just can't win.
It's right, therefore it's a psyop.
Everything is so right. It's a smile on my face. That is how I know it is a psyop. I'm like, man, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
And if it didn't sound right, then it would be a psyop.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about philosophical, like the real takeaway here, just gotta turn off the tube and turn off the computer for a while if everything's a psyop. Just turn these things off. Go outside.
Yeah. the
Wow,
shadow
that's
angles.
noisy.
What the video I did of where's the guns, Nathan?
Yeah.
Where I was walking around with Dave filming me, and the angles of the shadow, they're like, that's totally fake. Like, have you never been outside?
It's a local light source.
Like, these people have never been outside on a sunny day. They can't.
I'll tell you the shocking thing about that that moment where you were screaming and yelling was it started off, I think, inside
Yes.
the halfway point camp. And I was outside talking to that guy, Kentucky, I think was his name. He had like a name, was like a state, might have been a nickname, one of the staff, Mailey.
Oh.
We're having Kentucky, or like his name's something like that.
Yeah.
We're having a great conversation. There's a frozen piece of snot right on his mustache that I can't stop staring at. That's like crystallizing the whole half an hour. And I'm just like, is he going to ever wipe that off? Like, he just doesn't notice it. And he's talking about the Faroe Islands. He's talking about how the Faroe Islands, he's doing a doc. And like, it was just great conversation. But that freaking snot was like, it was like a long teardrop, and it was crystal. Like, I could like see it glistening in it. And I'm focused on it, and I hear this scream. And, like, there was a couple moments I thought there'd be some conflict and people that, have opposing ideas. And I was like, this is it. And I hear it, and I'm like, he's still talking. And I'm like, do you hear that? And I'm like looking kind of for an out from this moment, hoping like he'd be like, yeah. Like, like check his face or something. And we're going to go make sure people are okay. I'm going to go get a camera. And then the door busts open, and you're outside. You're like holding, I think, a laptop doing it. You weren't on a phone, right? You were on like a laptop.
No, it was on my phone.
Or was it a phone? Was it?
Yeah, on
and
Wi-Fi.
Well, Dave's following you. You got like your hand out. And I'm like, oh, I think they're doing a video. Because you did videos one night, like all night. Like, it was like,
yeah,
everyone was asleep, and then you were still like, all right, super chat. We got full display 3530 coming in from Westfield, Ohio. Great. Let's, like, you just, it's like, what the hell is going on? Just kept going. You're on the big drum, the big barrel drum. And I was like, okay, there's nothing to film out here. I'm going inside. I went inside and dumped some more footage. I started to fall asleep. A couple of those moments.
So I started in the building. It's not a building. It folded up. It's not a shed.
Halfway,
it's not a shack.
You saw it. You actually saw it. You filmed it, right? It's on the end of your video.
When they folded it up, it's on my 360
360
sundial video.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was started inside, and then Dave went outside. I'm like, I'll just go outside because everybody's inside, and I didn't want to disturb people, right? So I went outside, and I think Critical Think pulled the door shut. I just left it open like a jerk. Like,
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, and I started yelling because I hung up the phone, or ended the call because he wasn't. He has that mute thing automatically, and he wasn't stopping talking. Yeah. Right. And I'm like,
oh, that was a call.
I don't get through. It wasn't a call. I was on Discord.
Oh.
And
funny thing about Critical Think was that, like, he was sleeping right there, and he couldn't get into his sleeping bag at first. And we're like, "You need some help?" Oh, I got it. We're like, "You should take your boots off." It's like he had his boots on. He was trying to get situated. He was so tired, and he was just stuck in the middle of everyone because, like, I'm on the table. Someone's next to me dumping footage. Dave's here. Critical Think had that table. The others, Jaren's sleeping under that one.
Yeah, he was
under the coffee table,
kind of in the middle of the room.
Yeah, him and Will. They were literally in the middle of the room.
His cot, not his cot, his foam whatever thing.
It was a cot and the sleeping bag.
And the sleeping bag is giant. And there's
huge,
and you didn't see him. He was like under. So you just saw this bunch of fabric that was puffy and lumpy, and I'm like, what is that? Oh, that's Critical Think. So yeah, he did get some good sleep that night. I didn't. I think like I sat in the chair mostly, and I'm like nodding off. I'm like, and I'm gonna try to sit. I couldn't. But so he hung up, or I like left the Discord call because it was, going nowhere. And then I started yelling, like, where's the guns? Because he had posted years ago that you'd get turned away at gunpoint. I'm like,
yeah, you could hear you probably back at the main camp. It was loud, and it was totally silent, like the silence.
Yeah.
When no one's out there shuffling about, it's sort of like you're like in a recording studio sound. It's sort of like a weird nothing.
Yeah, and there's no, the mountains, when I yelled, there was an echo off the mountains, but otherwise there's nothing. And when there was no wind, it was nothing.
Right.
So, let's see. Angel Rivera says, I'm 18 with 36 years of experience.
Cool. My dad uses that line all the time.
Atlas 6355 says, do you have a team on standby to collect Flurf tears? So it turns out, SpaceX uses Flurf tears for rocket fuel. So, fun fact there. Corey Caserta says, how many frames could Facatzoid cut if Facatzoid could cut frames? Answer, 11.
Oh.
You didn't know that. It's okay.
No, I know it. It's that, right? It's that Rocket Land that was Flatzoid?
Yeah, the rocket landed behind landed behind the horizon, and he edited the video to remove the time from when the rocket was fully blocked by the horizon to the splash.
I heard that on something else you guys were on. I was there. I think it was that room and the coffee room in the back of the cafeteria.
Oh,
you guys were telling someone that. And I was on his call. It was a great call.
Yeah, I only caught the last part of it.
Yeah, it was great.
So yeah, they asked. They
didn't attack me at all.
Well, they didn't know what to do, right? Because they asked you, did you see the 24-hour sun?
I think they liked me. No, I think they liked me. Yeah, I told them what I saw, and like, I got an email from someone, and like McKeegan told me, he's like, hey, he wants to talk to you, and I said, yeah, sure. He's like, oh, you sure? He's gonna try to like get you. And I was like, okay. And then I went on his YouTube and I left a message on the recent video. I go, hey, my email, let's chat here. You want to talk? And then some kid emails me and he's like, hey, don't do it. He's already talking trash and he's just going to like belittle you. I was like, it's all right. And they didn't. So,
Well, he is fully committed to it was all faked. And I think his current, No,
he told me, he believed me on the call. I mean, maybe to my face, but
he thinks it was Unreal Engine. That's his current.
Look, the guys, I saw that video with the Unreal Engine, and I told them first thing when I got on that call how impressed I was with that guy's motion graphics work, where he created the landscape of our whole trip, and then he had the sun, and he was just moving his mouse. I mean, that you got to hand it to that guy. That's impressive. Get to Hollywood.
I don't know what you're talking about even.
There's a video before I went on the live. It's like the week before, or it would have been 2 weeks before. They talk about me, or there's a picture of me somewhere where I'm like mentioned for a moment that this kid had shared. And then another large swath of the video, section is like this Unreal Engine breakdown. And I was very impressed with the work.
But how do you live stream that?
Someone was shares. Oh, us?
We live streamed.
Yeah,
we interacted with people on the fly.
Yeah, very hard to do. It's not impossible.
Plus multiple, yeah. So yeah, they I don't know. Flatzoid does not believe you.
Wow.
So he's committed that it was faked. Also, he says
I'm going to go with that he does, only because he told me. I'm going to give him benefit of his word to me. Now, if I see a video, I'll take that later. But maybe I changed his mind. Might have been the video where it like changed it all from there,
Yeah, that'd be great. He also says, amazingly, he says he's fully committed to it was all faked. Also, it doesn't matter. How does it not matter? And matter so much that he can't stop talking about it, constantly claiming that it was faked. Right? Okay, we got somebody sent the Unreal Engine video here.
Yeah, let's see it.
It was
That's cool.
All right, let me grab this. All right, I'll share it to you so you see it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I saw it. Oh, okay.
All right. From Heath Commody. Video makes no claims about the shape of her. Does he talk, or is it just a...
I don't know. There was a guy on the video I saw that was like controlling it. It wasn't a video, but still, I mean, Unreal Engine, I got to look into it. It's really cool. It was a little bit more impressive visuals, what I think was on his. Maybe it's later. Yeah, there we go. Is this it? Yeah, maybe this is it. And I was just watching it in a smaller bubble from my phone.
Yeah. Well, this isn't... I'm not impressed yet. I mean, it looks okay, but you can... It's very obvious that it's computer graphics.
No, this is very obvious, but this, I don't feel like this is exactly what... Maybe it is. I probably watched it on my phone, and now it's on a 27-inch monitor, so...
Yeah. Of course.
I mean, the Unreal Engine is the tech for like the new Grand Theft Auto game. I don't know if you've seen any videos. I'm not a big gamer, but
no.
I've seen those videos.
Oh, turn on the volume, they say. It's just music. I don't need to hear the music.
I don't know, but look at those shadows.
Oh, they're diverging.
Look at those shadows.
They're diverging. So
can't even get it right on the Unreal Engine.
Well, I don't know. The thing is, of course, that anybody can go, and I've offered to anybody that basically everybody that confronts me and claims that it was faked, I say the same thing. I'm confident, because I was there, that it was real. And how about the two of us go? And I know it's expensive for you to go, so I will pay for you to go. If the sun sets, I'll pay. And if the sun circles 24 hours a day, then you pay for me. We'll just let's just call it 100,000 each. We'll both put 100,000 in, and then winner gets it all. And they always run away. It's like they're not confident. Suddenly. Who'da thunk, huh? There it is. All right. So he put some overlays. So yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean,
I mean, look, it's cool that he's
yeah. It
cool thing.
doesn't have any look of realism like we did, but yeah.
Right.
But yeah, the shadows.
Weekend gig.
It totally destroys the shadows people, though, right? Because he's modeling a very distant sun, and the shadows are diverging.
The shadows, that's kind of grasping for straws, though.
Oh, it is.
I mean, like stuff like that. To me, I don't feel like you're not getting anybody else to believe it. That you're not converting anyone new. It's kind of just playing to the subscribers already.
Oh, of course.
Like Eric Dubé's videos are like preposterous, the amount of money this would cost to fake.
Yeah.
I mean, preposterous.
And if they're willing to put that much money into it, what else would they be willing to do? Make Eric Dubé never put out that video? Yes, they would be willing to do that. The hard way.
Yeah.
If you're willing to put that much into it, you certainly wouldn't let Eric Dubé put out that video.
Yeah, if they were like real bad guys and protecting the secret of I mean, just touching on people thinking we didn't go, and then the compounded change of like Dave Weiss's opinion.
Yeah, Dave Weiss's app crossed over a little bit ago, crossed over 90 days since he was first informed about the vulnerabilities in it.
Oh, he hasn't fixed it?
No, it's a mess. It's an absolute...
Would that be intentional, that there's a data leak with it? It's a data leak, right?
Well, there's zero security. Like, it's not... he didn't have any security put into it.
Meaning, like, if I have it, people can see where I'm at and read all my emails and, like, watch my whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're spying on people.
Well, there's always somebody somewhere in an app that has, ultimate control and can see everything. Right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Okay. There's always somebody that can see that. It's whether or not it can be freely exfiltrated.
Yeah, so if it was leaked, you're meaning like hackers, let's call them hackers, whatever. They can like access the code on a terminal app and
not even that.
Like get all your get your bank codes and stuff.
Well, there's no. Fortunately for him, he hasn't put any credit card collecting in there. Because if he did,
but I mean,
that would be.
What I meant is like if you're
serious.
using that app and it's open, and then I go to log into like my bank, and while his app's open, there's no crossover. You're saying?
No, that's not the type of leak. The type of leak is all of the information that you give to Dave's app. Anybody else can get that information. So you put in your password, they can get your password. And it's constantly collecting your location, which it pulls out, which is something that a hacker can get.
Do you use the auto generation passwords on apps, or do you?
Oh, always, yeah. I use a generator, a random password generator, at least 12 characters. Typically 20 is my base.
Yeah, I figured that. I mean, as a computer guy, I don't click on anything unless I'm talking to the person and they sent it.
So anyway, I have a video tomorrow going out that's detailing some of the things. Not all. Some. There isn't enough time in a video to document all of them. So.
From Dave's video.
And since it's been 90 days, so the kind of the convention is you tell them about it and they get 90 days. And if they don't fix it in 90 days, then you go public. So.
Oh, really? Okay. Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, he's had a chance.
Him, like, personally, or
he had been emailed by one of the people that discovered it, and then he threatened this person. And so we're like,
he's like, I'm going to give away your passwords. Keep your mouth shut.
No, it was the kind of threat that you don't do. And so we're like, if he's doing that, like they were sending him information about how to fix his app.
Being helpful.
And he comes back with a threat. And so the response is, well, screw you. I'm not going to try to help you anymore. So it's been 90 days, and so the data's going to be revealed tomorrow. So some of it. There's more, but let's see. Simulator says, hear me out. Proof the trip was fake. Number 1, no alien scene. Number 2, not even one alien scene. Number 3, where are aliens? Everyone knows the aliens live there. Wake up, people. Don't tell them about the aliens, John. Okay? Atlas.
I looked for that.
You did?
I didn't see anything. Yeah, I did. I heard the Gremlins story, and then I made every ALE staff member tell me if they had heard that story from that person.
From the
and then
Gremlins?
tell me their version of it. Yeah, the woman, her name is like Peggy or Patty or something. She's a multiple Guinness Book of World Record holder that has taken solo trips on the Herculean route to South Pole. And so one of the stories, she really wanted to talk with us because she does a conspiracy talk. They did like an octopus or jellyfish talk, and we did the flat Earth talk. Well, Dave did, but in that room.
Okay.
She does one on conspiracies and really wanted to meet us, but wasn't there. And someone was telling me that she had this story when she went to the South Pole, it's like 6 weeks, totally isolated. Sky is basically white. Sometimes the ground is white. Everything's white, even on a clear day. You start to hallucinate, and like a sensory deprivation chamber would do. She started to see little gnomes, gremlins, gnomes, climbing out of the ice and watching her as she's traveling. And she went as far. This is ALE staff hearsay telling me. So went as far to say, like, she even tried to interact with them and like talk to them and touch them with her hiking pole, but couldn't get close to them. She also apparently talked to the sun while she was on this trip. So they all chalk it up. She chalks it up to sensory deprivation. You're basically looking at a piece of white paper every day. You wake up and you look at your compass, you're just going. But I tried to dig. I tried to pull more out of them, and it didn't seem like there was anything to pull out of them.
It's the staff, right? That's just their job. It's, like, people go do their job, and it's just normal stuff. So
they were all great. The staff was awesome.
Yeah. I was always impressed by the staff, like, especially when we're leaving camp and they're like radioing in, they get there. Yeah. Like I'm paying attention to that. I'm like, oh, they are on it. Like, they don't, the last thing that they want is somebody to go wandering off, and then, right, that would be pretty bad. And so they're doing everything that they need to do to protect themselves, and by protecting everybody else. So
the only person, despite any questions you'd ask or I'd ask, and I wasn't annoying, but no one, not a single person got angry, except it wasn't to me, but the chef, one of the chefs in the kitchen. I'm in there early. I'm hungry. And people are trying to line up to eat as they're putting the food out. And the food was like right at 7. It was like early morning. And people are standing around. It's like 6:30, 6:45, like starting to like kind of make their way into the kitchen to like looking at the food. And a guy walks out, and he walks right in the middle of them and goes, 7 o'clock, food's ready. And he had an accent. I won't do it. It's like a German. 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. You can eat. Okay, go sit down. Everybody just do not be right here. And then he like stood there, and people were like, oh, okay, sorry. And I was like watching them go up and actually hungry. So I was like, oh, if they're going to go, I'm going to go too. I'm a rule follower mostly, but when they did that, I was like, all right, I'm sitting down till like 7:15.
7 in the morning at,
I think the last day when we were leaving that morning, I didn't sleep that night.
Okay.
So from like 5 a.m. till 7, I walked around and shot video. And then I went into there, and a couple people were like already putting their bags, unloading their tents, not from our group, but from those, the group that went to Mount Vincent. And so they were like kind of like brewing around.
I think it's Vinton. Is it Vinton? I want to say Vincent too.
I've got the hat. Yeah.
I think it's Vinton. Your camera your camera follows you.
Yeah. Oh, there's not a lot of light in here. I don't know how to turn that off. It's a fact. It's an aspect of Zoom, but yeah, it's kind of annoying. You like my pig back there?
Oh, it's moving. So is the camera? That's the camera's not moving. That's a Zoom.
It's an iMac. Oh, not an iMac. It's a Mac Studio with a Mac monitor.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a setting on Zoom.
Okay. I don't do. Yeah, I have a Sony 6100.
Yeah, let's see. Pretty good. Their settings. There we go. Play camera.
Yeah, we can see the reflection of the screen off of the window behind you there.
There you go.
There you go. 3 monitors.
Yeah. And a TV monitor.
Proper.
Yeah. These are just Asus. They were at my wife's company. And COVID, they closed up their office. So they were just sitting in my office on the ground. And I'm like, why don't I have these plugged in?
Yeah. Here's a good one. Obi-Wan asks, has Jon been a conspiracy person all his life, or was there a triggering event And then asks, still a flat earther, or was he a Poe?
A Poe?
A Poe.
You know, a Poe? People of Earth?
So no, Poe is so
like a plant?
No, so a Poe is so what people sometimes try to pretend to be some sort of a conspiracy theorist or on the other side of the aisle. They try to, and then they try to take the most ridiculously crazy position. And the problem is that especially with some particular conspiracies like Flat Earth and others, when people try to think up the most ridiculous position, there are real people that actually hold that position. And so there's this overlap where you can't tell the difference between somebody that's, trying to be as ridiculous as possible and somebody that's actually just that ridiculous. But the idea is a Poe would be somebody that's pretending to be a flat earther.
No.
So
not pretending. I would say it was a combination of things that set me off on conspiracy. It was probably 9/11, Alex Jones, and maybe smoking weed in college. Like started smoking late, got into it, went down some rabbit holes. What are they saying? Went down some rabbit holes, and I mean, the doc's going to explain my position as soon as I figure it out. I've been talking to you about getting some more input on some of your experiments just to flesh them out. Because I want to simplify a lot of it too, as I'm unpacking it best I can for interpretation, so someone like me can understand it. I'm not a Poe though. I do have some contrarian ideas, but they're not all contrarian. Flat Earth came off of a friend of mine suggested a website like 2015, and I'm looking at those pictures of the Earth, photographs, and the continents didn't seem to make sense. The coloration. That's where I can remember really starting to think, and it took me 6 months to get on Flat Earth and be like, okay, I have some serious questions.
What website was it? Do you know?
Funny is I could probably find it because he sent it to me on Facebook. Hold on. Because I looked up our chat. We're friends, but we don't have this nonstop. Here we go. Let's see. Going into Messenger on Facebook. Full screen. Or go full screen.
Max says I smoked weed all day, every day for 20 years, not a flurf.
Here we go. Open in Messenger. Send code. Oh, okay. I grow my own weed now, but I don't smoke it that much.
Yeah, the first night you were talking about that. Walking back from the restaurant.
About growing it?
Yeah. You said you do, but you don't smoke.
Yeah, I don't really smoke. My wife does.
But you smoked.
And I smoked.
During the trip. You certainly did. Wait, I don't want to know. I don't want to see it. No, I don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it.
No.
Did he get you banned?
No, I don't want it on screen. No.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I got the message open. Let me scroll back. We mostly send videos and shit on Instagram. I don't talk to anyone on Facebook these days, so let's see.
Max,
can you do a keyword search on it? Or?
In Facebook Messenger on desktop, you can.
Oh, here we go. 2015. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the desktop. All right. Okay. Journey to the Edge. Okay. I'm talking about going to Antarctica, literally. After, because this is you're going in reverse. Oh yeah, me and Kearns are going. We're going to plan a journey to the edge. It's one of my friends. Okay,
So
let me see if
you
I can
and you
find
got to
it.
go, and he didn't.
Yeah. Let me see if it's YouTube. It wasn't a YouTube video, but I'm going to see what this says. Video unavailable. Did you watch this new one?
Of course, a lot are videos. That's almost always how it happens.
Yeah, no, it wasn't videos though. I remember it was a really like basic website. Okay. Maybe he texted it or something. Interesting. Did you I tagged you? Oh, I gotta listen to it again. I was way too high last night. It scared the shit out of me. Ha ha ha. That's the video I sent. I said, this is good. Go to the 55-30 minutes for the why. Oh, it's an Eric Dubé video that's no longer there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
August 28th, 2015 at 1 a.m.
Yeah, his channel was nuked because he tends to like a certain leader from Germany, from the 30s and 40s. So sometimes his channels get a little
he goes, my
toasty.
friend John says I was high, and I'll go, I wasn't, and it sort of scared the shit out of me. It's pretty good. It answered a lot of questions, more so than anything, which I thought was obvious.
So
yeah, we're just talking about it, but I don't see the site.
Not a website, yeah.
But I could probably look on my page because I probably texted it. Like this is Messenger on August 28th, 2015. It would probably be impossible to find that though.
Wow.
Because Facebook's so slow.
Oh yeah, you're digging back that far on Facebook?
Yeah.
Not a good thing.
I tried.
All right. So Atlas is asking, any chance you'll get an interview with Candace? Hey, put in a good word with Mark for me.
Oh, me get an interview with Candace?
Me, not you.
Yeah, I was like, why would I get
It's
one?
all about,
You'd be a much better one to have, like you and Austin. Is that what it was? The two of you?
That's the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on with that?
Still,
I know that was supposed to be part of the plan, right?
Yeah, still in limbo. So who knows? Austin is Austin is working on his pivot, so he's person non grata in most flat earth circles these days.
He is. Why?
Because they
don't think we went, and then the vape thing, and
by far the primary response to it is all fake. So
and he looks great on the dock, like in the scene, couple of the conversations that we were working on.
Yeah, well,
his couple good moments, really good moments.
Anybody that says it was faked must then conclude that all of the flat earthers that were there were in on it. So that's
who's like, because I feel like I'm getting into some of these conversations. Like who's kicking him out of the conversation?
All of his.
Is this just his? Is this his own like Discord that he's like built up?
Well, he doesn't have a Discord server, but basically all of them on TikTok. I think most of them on Twitter X. His former audience, gone. The mostly, not all, the Discord people almost completely. So he just has a little remnant of people that don't auto say that he was lying and stuff. So yeah, the vaping.
Oh, it's him. He's ostracized them from himself. Like
no, he has become ostracized, and because there's the hyper biblical literalists that say it has to be a circle, right? It can't be anything other than this. Because this is the circle that Isaiah 40:22 was talking about. So it has to be that. And if you don't believe in that...
What is Austin saying? Is he changed on a thought? Or?
Austin has no response other than it's still flat. but he doesn't have an explanation. He's just like, and a lot of the ones that don't say it was fake, they're like, well, the stuff in the sky doesn't matter. Of course it does. Of course it does. Like, you can't tell the shape of the earth from the things in the sky. Yes, you can. It's not difficult geometry.
I haven't been, I've been randomly going in, like, and I go on the TikTok one because that was the one we were all three on. You guys were having one of these calls, and I just came and sat down for a coffee that night.
Yeah.
And I found that on TikTok. So I've been in that one. I've been in some X groups. Yeah, I recorded a podcast talking about the trip. It's going over pretty well.
Who's like your podcast, or you went on somebody else's?
Yeah, a friend of mine's podcast. Sat in on it. I've been sitting in on a bunch of them. But he was like, let's talk about Antarctica. It was kind of the same conversation as this. It's a lot of the same. It's all the same stuff. I mean, nothing revealing. It was more like laughing at, being called a reptilian in one person's opinion, or, I like Agent of Chaos among my friends group. We tend to think that'd be a good moniker to adopt for me, Agent of Chaos. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I I like having a voice in the conversation. I like the conversation. I'm, see where it's going.
People are wondering who you are.
Yeah, I'm nobody. Don't worry about it.
Mariande?
Yeah, it's good enough.
No. How do I spell it? Did I get it right?
Mari.
Yep.
Ande.
I got it right.
Yeah, it's a hard name. I'm actually impressed. It's not hard, but people spell marinade all the time, so they get mixed up. Like, it's hard to find anything on me too, because if you Google search Mariande or Jonathan Mariande, you're going to get all these wonderful steak marinade recipes. So
that's great. Yeah.
I'm hidden. I'm cloaked. Another element of being part of Langley. It's all by design here.
Being part of
although I don't know if I still have a job now. Actually, I think we're have to resign or something.
Langley.
Yeah.
I love that. There we go.
Yeah, like JG.
Oh yeah, JG. I haven't even. He was.
I got his number.
He was really.
I have to report to him.
Oh, he was crazy.
I gotta send in my reports to him.
People don't know, right? Like, we know him, but nobody else knows him. So there were 11 people that went on the trip. Our group was 9 of them. We don't know. I don't know who the 11th is, but the 10th was JG.
It was the woman, Nikki. What was her name? Lizzie.
No, she was. Did she fly down with us, or did she fly down earlier?
No, she flew down. She was sitting behind Elizabeth on the flight out.
Oh, okay. So she was 11.
Quietly in the very back of the flight. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I thought she had come down separately. Anyways, okay. So, JG was just a guy that likes to go do fun stuff and has the money to do it. So he went down there to ski and to do, I don't know what else. And alone, he didn't.
His feet on Antarctica.
Yeah. And so he did that. And so he was, the conspiracy was that he was Will's bodyguard.
Yeah, that's great.
And he leaned into that. We're like,
I know, yeah.
He'll come up. Yeah. We're talking. He'll come up behind Will and he'll point to everybody else, like, I'm watching you guys.
If anybody gives this guy a hard time, you let me know. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I gotta just text my wife there and what's going on.
You said she's out? She's out.
She was out with moms from my daughter's school for a mom thing.
I got it.
I don't want her to bust in here all crazy loud. Be like, what, are you still working? What's going on? Like, be all silly goose and not know she's on a camera. So I was like, hey, I'm on a chat and I'm getting a call. Just a second.
I'll mute you so you can talk. While he does that, I'll read a few things here. So we got Jay Donna. She says, I bought a high-tech VCR for my mom and dad for $300 from a pawn shop in 1986. from a job shoveling chicken crap. It was a summer job. I was 15. Amazing. I did mute myself. I was reading something. I didn't want to be talking in your ear while you were talking there. So yeah, he was the Concorde guy. That's right. So at the meal the day before we left to go to Antarctica, we all met together at that restaurant up the hill, right? And so then Whitsit's like, nobody's ever seen the curve from an airplane, and he's like, I have. I saw it in the Concorde 1990 or whatever, and Austin's just like, no, you didn't. And he's like, yeah, screw you. He was. Oh yeah.
For a second, well, I mean, he was like the master of small talk. So like immediately,
oh yeah,
he starts laying it back on me, and he's like, we're talking about water rights and land sinkholes in Idaho. And I just couldn't, I'm grasping for straws. I couldn't find a way out of that. He just kept going. I had a microphone on. You can hear the whole conversation. Meanwhile, things are erupting, to say the least, behind me. And I'm like, I kind of need to, but maybe I don't. Like, this is kind of a good excuse. Maybe I shouldn't be over there. And I mean, he was just going on. I mean, I like him. He's a nice guy, but he just kept going on and on and on. And he had a funny moment where he asked Lizbeth where she was from, small talking her. And she's like, you know, he's got personality and stuff. She's like, I don't know you. I'm not telling you where I'm from. Just like walked off. Just like was out. And then he comes up to me and he's like, she's a flat earther. And I'm like, yeah, she's one of the flat earthers. He's like, but she's a flat earther, not a grounder. I'll go, yeah. He goes, what's her problem? I was like, what's going on? He's like, you saw that? I asked where she's from. It's like acting like I'm trying to track her or something. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. She just don't think she's sweet. Don't have to think too much of it.
she did.
He did though, because he kept bringing it up.
She was a little sassy.
Yeah.
And I think he fancies himself a playboy, so didn't want to have a female give him the cold shoulder. He took that very personally, I think.
Right. I've told you the story about the night when I was dumping all the hard drives, and I run back to my room, but I thought I was in the cafeteria. So my room, when you go out the cafeteria, you just walk out, look straight ahead, and I'm the tent behind the first tent that I see, which is the first tent in the rows as they go back. Well, I was like a tent over, not in the cafeteria, but in the library.
Yeah.
And so it's cold, and I'm like, I didn't want to put on all my layers, so I didn't even put this on. I just was like, I got to go get this charging cable, or no, a dongle or something. So I grab my shoes or whatever. I don't know where I have my shoes. I put them on. I run. I get to my tent, and it's like at night when everyone's asleep, you hear it. It's like crunch, 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 crunch. I get to a tent, and I'm like, this is weird, because McKeegan was in there downloading footage too.
Yeah.
We were in there for like 5 hours. I'm like, this is weird. The whole time we've been leaving our door basically unzipped completely. I'm like, okay, I don't think much of it. The first layer is Velcro, so I just like shove my hand in quick, and I go... And as I do that, I hear a voice, a terrified voice inside go, who is it? Who is that, my child? Like, terrified. I recognize that it's Lisbeth, and I get super defensive. Obviously, I was very close to like a terrible moment here, barging in her tent, and there's a second layer, and I go, oh my God, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's Jonathan. I'm at the wrong tent. And she's like, oh, okay. And so then I'm like, I start to go back to the cafeteria, but I'm like, no, shit. She's going to think I was definitely trying to get in her tent or something. Like my mind's just panicking. Like, what's this look like? So then I go to my tent, and I go in my tent, and I make a lot of noise to go in my tent. I like start banging things around, and I'm like, where's that cable? Like, oh, is it under here? And I'm like, just to make a lot of noise. And I kind of surprised her. Kind of surprised me.
Well,
oops.
That was funny. Yeah, she was very nice to be around. Like it wasn't confrontational at all with her. So that was good. Somebody says you're the thing that is the charger that charges the phone in 30 seconds, whatever. Leslie Rohr, who's an electronics guy, he says, my guess is it's a supercapacitor with a buck converter or a boost converter. There you go. Could be a buck converter. What do you think?
Okay. And science is settled.
It's a buck converter. It changes voltage.
Yeah.
We got a troll in the chat.
Oh,
that's
great.
It's hard to tell. Elkisium. I don't know. It was like this is funny. They always like to ask. I need to see a model of the Earth spinning 1,040 miles an hour. Like you mean that like a physical? You want to see a physical model like of it, or do you want to see how it's done in physics? Right, we can describe it in physics.
If it was a model, let me ask you that while he's there. If it's a model and it's whatever scaled down this is, let's say this is, what do you say, a thousandth, a millionth scale? What would that be? You would have to slow the speed down that you're saying that model is spinning. So this wouldn't be spinning 1,000 miles an hour to show what this at 1,000 miles, right?
Yeah, you would need to have the same centrifugal acceleration.
Because McKeegan, he said something that really stuck with me. He goes, the reason you don't feel the Earth spin if it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, he goes, do you ever notice the minute hand on a clock move? If you don't notice the minute hand, the speed it moves, it's twice as slow as that, right? Because for a full day.
Like the hour hand. The hour hand.
Sorry. The minute hand. We do see the minute hand. The hour hand, yeah. It's like, I never thought about it like that before.
Well, yeah. So the way that you figure it out, and this is a well understood part of physics, is centrifugal acceleration is relative to the linear speed, so 1,040 miles an hour, and the radius. And the radius is 4,000 miles. So when you put that together, and when you're doing science, you do science in metric. So you come out with 0.03 meters per second squared as the acceleration up at the equator. So 0.03.
Okay.
The gravity from the mass of the Earth pulling down is 9.8 meters per second squared. So you've got 9.8 meters per second squared down and 0.03 meters per second squared up. So that's the physics of it, which you don't need to worry.
Not easy to understand either. I mean, just the scope of like a triangle with 390-degree sides. If you're telling me it's like trigonometry,
yeah.
I mean,
if you don't do it, then
I mean, I'm just taking your word for it, because a 90-degree, a shape of 90-degree angles, that's a square.
Three.
Yeah, but like this is.
So you know those those exercise. Yeah, you have one of those exercise balls.
That completes this one.
You know those exercise balls? Do you have one of those? They're pretty common.
Yeah. Well, I don't have one, but yeah.
So
I know.
you can test it on that because it's big enough to test it on. So get a string and wrap it all the way around, so you get the circumference of it, right? Okay. And then cut it in half and cut it in half, so you have it at a 1/4 of the length, or you just mark on it, right, with a little marker, and then pick any point on the ball and go and wrap that string from one point to wherever and pull it snug across the ball, right? And put a dot at the front, the top and bottom, or the either end of that, and then do a 90-degree from that and go around again, so you get right. Either way, it doesn't matter.
You're talking about a 90-degree. This is a 90-degree. You're saying?
Yeah. So on the surface of the exercise ball, you get, right, it's, you know, it's big enough. So it's not really curving a ton. It's not like, you know, it's not like this where there's a lot of curve on it, right? So you have, because an exercise ball is bigger, so it's a little easier to work with.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying for the sake of this.
Yeah.
For the size.
Then do a 90 on that. Then take that same string, do another of that same length, which is a quarter of the circumference, and then do another 90 there. And that'll bring you back to where you started. And there'll be a 90 degree on that one. So,
but I mean, this is 180, right? From here to here, 180
straight. Yeah.
Right. This is a 90 degree angle.
Are you doing
right?
90 degree with gaffer tape?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
90 degree, right? Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do it right here.
Yes.
I was trying to figure out where the continents are the whole trip on my meal plates. So, okay, I'm going to do it. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't have enough gaffer tape. I mean, I do. I have a whole roll, but I don't have a ball.
you was that your gaffer tape that we used, or was it Mark's?
Yeah, this is what's left of a whole roll. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
quite a bit of it.
That's what we used to tape the Starlink Wi-Fi access point to the window.
I'm surprised I'm the only person that brought tape. Like everyone else is doing Masonic rituals with boots hanging off of their cameras, and here I am with the solution. And they had me in a room on that one, and I was like, I'm like watching it, and they're like, it's specifically the left boot. And it's like, I'm like, you guys, they're showing me videos, like old videos someone else made. And I'm like, either Dave McKeegan's a Mason or this is just kind of far out there.
Yeah.
And for a couple of days, I was like, maybe he's the Mason. I guess that's why I was his roommate. It was like, keep me in check. Keep me in check.
It was so... I just love hearing their different ideas, and
yeah, I think it's
the new one.
It's actually entertaining. Yeah, I like it too.
Because you can just go to every one of them. That's like it was all fake. Just go.
Yeah.
Just go.
Yeah, just go. Yeah. Yeah, we went. We did go.
And it's not like the moon. Anybody can go. It's not even, that difficult. You don't have to be in good physical condition to go. You don't have to have any secret
they do
clearance.
It for you. I mean, you basically just fly in.
Yeah,
wear a jacket.
We didn't even fill out any of the treaty. There's not a lot. The treaty requires that if you're going to go there, you tell the other people in the treaty that you're going to go there. That's it. Yeah. That's the requirement.
What I find funny is Dave got with a trainer to work out and get in shape before going.
Did he? I didn't know that. I mean, I knew he lost weight, but
yeah, he got with a trainer and was like, everyone's with the Antarctica thinking it's like sleds and challenges, and I've got this trainer and he's pushing me, man. He's pushing me. All right, we show up and this is it.
I had no idea. Oh, that's great.
And he was jacked too. I mean, Dave's in good shape.
Yeah.
He's in shape.
Yeah. His trainer did the job.
Yeah.
Critical thinks time with the trainer really helped him a lot too.
Yeah, too. An ice coach. It's going to be a little different than this ground. It's going to be a little slick.
Oh, it's going
to be slick. What's it? Yeah.
So yeah, from Australia, I don't know if he'd ever walked on ice before.
Yeah, well, I don't think he had. That was the conversation after he slipped. It was he said it real innocent. He's like, well, what you want me to do about it? Never been on it before in my life. But he'd never experienced it. He was pretty honest that he wasn't joking, but maybe that was just he got us. He was. Because he went to the ice scoop and was
oh yeah,
pulling the cleats and.
So
awesome.
When we got out to look at to watch the plane take off, we didn't have the crampons is what they're called on our boots at that time. Crampons. And I go out, I get out and there's snow and you can see the snow that's kind of stuck to the ice and you can see the ice. I'm like, I'm not walking on that. I know what ice is.
Yeah.
You stay on the snow or the little.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not snow, but
I mean, even I knew. All of us seem to get that
and
message.
he's like, do, right to the slippery stuff. Woo!
I'm gonna get a better shot. Get a little closer. Sideways.
Oh, I was looking
Stalking.
at the video that we took out at the Scoop.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yesterday. It was no, today. Man, that was insane.
Yeah, I wish we had time.
So much
I
wind.
just wish we'd have spent time there.
Yeah, well, and like it didn't matter. Like we put on, like we brought cold weather gear. Scott said, bring your stuff. We did, and it wasn't enough.
Yeah,
Like I'm
enough.
out there after a little while. I'm like, I don't have a lot longer here before I'm going to be too cold.
Yeah, it was windy. It was cold. And what's funny is Scott, our guide, was like, all right, put on the things and follow me. And then I looked down for a second, filming. I was the last one to get my crampons on. And I walk out and there's like a nice slope. And he's like, he looks like Bambi's dad, right before Bambi's dad is shot, like at the top of the hill. And he's like standing, he's like kind of looking at us like, are you guys coming? There's stuff to see. And we're all just kind of, man, this is cool. Like, oh, we're going somewhere. And then we follow him and like you're up and down. And
did you see his boots? What he had on? He was not wearing crampons. He was wearing
real proper.
He was wearing
Ice
spikes.
climbing boots.
They were this thick, and they were basically pointy razor blades on his feet. Like
he ice climbs. That's one of his like guiding things that he does.
Yeah, and he's just walking
He's doing
around
Everest, right?
I don't know if he has. He probably has.
That's I think he's doing it this year. I think that's what he told Will.
And he's the kind of guy he'd just be like, oh, I'm going to did Everest. Like
Scott from Scotland.
Yeah.
Who's Scottish.
Yeah. He was so soft spoken, but you can tell like the dude's been everywhere. He's earned it.
Nothing fazed him for good reason. Yeah.
So I asked him, hey, do you mind bringing me out to change battery on the sundial? I was like, all right. And like, we'll do it before or after breakfast. I don't know. And so I go out there and meet him at the time. And Mark wanted to go out. And he's like, oh, we're going to use the snowmobile. I go, Mark, we're going to run the snowmobile. He's like, oh, I'll go tonight then. So he brought me out of the snowmobile out to the place. I'm like, I filmed the whole thing. So all of the, you did it in a studio, you did an engine, like, yep. Like you commit to that lie there, guys. Right. Cause when that video, you can't, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's cool. Wow. Elizabeth got to ride on a snowmobile too.
Oh, that's right. Cause she was late getting to go to see the plane take off.
Yeah. I think, the guys, went and they were going to come, and then Jaron and Austin, then they went and passed out.
Yeah.
Or I don't know what happened, because we waited and waited. They're like, we got to go. We got to make the plane. So Will was like, okay, let's just do it.
Yeah.
And then Elizabeth came out on the Raptor, whatever that was.
The Raptor?
The snowmobile.
Oh, okay. Let's see. What was the Toyota? The Hilux.
The blue one?
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And people are like, that's really cool. I'm like, I didn't quite know what it was.
You know the story of that truck, where they got it?
No.
The Kazakhstani government had a base, and they left.
Oh.
And it was just sitting there parked for years. And so ALE was like, can we buy this? I mean, it was sitting in Antarctica because they got everything out there on like boats. And then when their mission ended, they just, something they abandoned. And so I think ALE asked for a couple years, like it was at some spot where things were just left.
Oh.
And then they were finally like, yeah, I could be getting this totally wrong. But they're like, yeah, they sold it. We'll sell it to you. And, because it's hard to get any vehicles out there.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a boat ride. People are bringing up to me. They're like, how do you get a small Cessna, like those little red planes? How do you get them out there? I'm like, well, you probably could have flown those from Chile, but also a boat, right?
Yeah.
You just unload them from onto the ice with a crane, and then.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they overwinter at one of the smaller islands farther north, or on the coast or something.
Good point. Yeah, just to not even go all the way to. Yeah.
Yeah. Once it's down there, they unless
doesn't
they
have
need
to go back
it
to Belize or Argentina or anything. Chile.
It depends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're going to those like that Twin Otter.
Yeah, the Twin Otter. That's what I was thinking.
Well, that Twin Otter goes all the way to the pole, right? About 700 miles.
The red one, the little. Well, does it? Their Twin Otter goes to the pole.
I think so.
600. Yeah,
I think that's the
they
one.
Don't take the big white ones weren't what they used. Those big ones that had like the beak on the end of it, the point.
I think those are the DC-3. I'm not super great on airplanes. Other people are like, oh, do you see the DC-3? Do you get a picture of that? Like,
yeah, it's a cool looking airplane for sure.
I don't know.
I mean, it has the long. I thought the long pole on it was for like the temperature. Had something to do with that.
It could be because it's a narwhal plane.
Narwhal plane, yeah,
maybe.
Yeah. Kind of looks like it.
I like the narwhal from Elf. Okay. Knock It Offler is asking, I may have missed it, but might the guest tell us what his backdrop is? Green screen or home? I will say it's very handsome and easy chair-like.
It's real.
There you go.
I'll do the rest from right here.
Boy, that camera really does follow you. That is crazy.
Yeah.
There it is, and you're on the earbud.
I'm on the earbud, so it's all the comforts of home.
There it is.
Yeah, it's real. But I think it follows my face. Obviously, the head.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Round says DC-3 is the father of C-47 Dakota, which that doesn't help me either. I don't know what the C-47 Dakota is either. So
yeah, I'll look.
But my son really he's working to get his pilot license, and he loves the DC-3.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the DC-3. It looks. I'm looking. I googled it. It's pretty similar to that. That's a beautiful plane.
Oh yeah, that probably was
that's
it.
Pretty much it.
Yeah.
It has a high low back, high front, the way it sits. Yeah, it looks like it.
Could be, but yeah. So the Twin Otter that we were on, I'm pretty sure that goes to the pole, and that's about 700 miles.
Yeah.
So it could get probably, I don't know, probably wouldn't be too. So we're at about 80 south. I don't know nearest coast.
No, it's a Basler BT-67. I just looked up on Ailey's website.
What is
it says that shows the two airplanes for internal flights at Union Glacier.
Okay.
So they have the DE Havilland DHC-6 Twin Otter.
Okay.
And then the Basler BT-67, which is a ski aircraft with a turboprop conversion of the Douglas DC-3. The Basler is quickly becoming the Antarctic aircraft of choice for transportation of larger groups.
Okay,
so it's a DC-3 conversion plane.
Yep. There we go. Talking to two guys that aren't into planes about the topic that guys that are into planes love talking about. Sorry.
One of my friends, a good friend here, he made a doc recently called Flying Boat. It's on Amazon. You can stream it, and it's about the airplane. It was kind of retired. They're rebuilding them again. It's called the Albatross. And so, from what I understand, on one tank of gas, and someone can check me in the chat, one tank of gas, I think you could fly from like New York to Cape Town. on this plane, and it can land anywhere. It's got wheels, or it can ski.
Yeah.
And people had converted them into like flying RVs. Basically, you go anywhere you want in the world, you land anywhere you want, take off anywhere you want. They were used for rescue missions. They were used recently, I think, in Los Angeles. Those Canadian conversion planes are Albatross that drop the water, buckets of water.
Yeah.
If you saw any of that footage, it was incredible.
I did see a little, yeah. Okay. Jay Donahue says, oops, I was 17, turned 18 in 86. Jonathan, if the sun does circle in the northern hemisphere and it does in the southern hemisphere, if world flat, then it would be hockey puck spinning. Think about it.
Hell? You're saying hell? Hockey pucks, not hockey sticks.
Hockey puck, yeah. Like, I don't have a hockey puck handy, but I do have a hockey puck looking thing.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's
interesting.
Right. So if the sun's doing this, then it'd be doing that. And so there is a guy that thinks that the Earth is two flat planes with a magical transporter at the equator, that you teleport from one side to the other side somehow.
Yeah, this kind of thing, like where your hand goes through the frame like this. Like
yeah,
you go
just like
kind of
so good. Nobody will know.
I'm a magician.
Yeah, Jamie Rowe, something Rowe. ROWE is the guy's name. Yeah, dual Earth theory, he calls it. But he's all alone. Tad says, I just want to thank Jonathan for all the work he did, and you, Craig McToon, looking forward to the doc. I am Craig McToon, by the way.
Cool. Hi, Craig.
So Craig McNeil is Fight the Flat Earth. He's born in England, but he lives in Scotland.
Wow.
And a flat earther who is exceedingly evil, named Santos, isn't even smart enough to know that I am Michael Toon, and that Craig McNeil is Craig McNeil. And so Santos had started emailing Craig, calling him Craig McToon, demanding a debate. And Craig's like, okay, I'll destroy you again. And then he came on, and then he started trying to, attack Craig McToon for going to Antarctica. And Craig's like, I didn't go. That was somebody else.
It's good. I like a good goof.
So then he didn't know what to do. Oh my gosh. Leslie Rohr is coming back to buck/boost converter. Okay, a buck converter and a boost converter. It does both. Okay, so he looked up how the link isn't working. How that particular thing does the charging.
Oh, it's called a toast. It's called a toast.
Yeah.
It's called a toast or something.
Yeah. True Earth Knowledge thinks that you need to put a camera on the moon facing Earth.
Or just like a web camera facing every direction in Antarctica would be a good start.
That's a good one. I have a better idea than a camera sitting on the moon. How about a camera just orbiting the Earth like the moon orbits the Earth? Wouldn't that be awesome? There's a bunch.
Yeah.
By the way,
that's figured you were getting onto something like that.
Well, for some reason there's always this goalpost move, and they're like, well, how come there isn't a camera on the moon? Well, why would you want a camera on the moon? Well, because that'd be the best place to film the Earth. No, it wouldn't. I think that it would be better to orbit the Earth at whatever distance you want to orbit the Earth. You don't even need to bother yourself to land on the moon.
Speaking of moons on the moon, cameras on the moon, who panned the NASA camera when they land?
When they launched, you mean, for Apollo 17?
Yeah, when they take off, yeah.
Yeah. So the rover, there's 3 missions that had rover, 15, 16, 17. and the camera on the rover was controllable remotely from Earth. So on 15 and 16, they tried to time it so it started to tilt. Pan is this, right?
Yeah, tilt. Okay, thank you, Mark
this?
Herman. Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah,
this isn't my
he
field.
Check me on that too.
Okay.
To tilt upwards, right?
Yeah.
Tilt. Yeah.
So they did it on 15 and 16, but they got the timing wrong because there's a delay from Earth to the moon. So by 17, they had figured it out, and so they had like this. It's all timed to the second. They're like, at this time we do this. At this time we do this. So the launch sequence was like, 1 point whatever seconds or 2 point whatever seconds before they hit the button to take off. You press the button to tilt the camera up. So that's how it was happened. And
what about the Hiroshima video of the bomb going off? Who filmed that? Have you ever seen that one?
I don't think there's
you've seen it. I don't know if it's called the Hiroshima, but it's like a little house, and then the roof gets blown off of it.
Oh,
and it's like
yeah.
The whole thing.
Yeah, that wasn't Hiroshima.
Is that a model?
So yeah, I think that was probably not the actual video. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked into it, but
I haven't looked into it. Just top of my head.
Yeah, there's some people like think that was fake, may or may not. Therefore, it's all fake. Definitely not the conclusion you can draw from that. Okay, anyway, back to why would you not want to put a camera on the moon? The reason why is because you'd want it in orbit somewhere, because in orbit, you've got solar panels and you can constantly charge the batteries, right? So you never have a time where you're not charging because you always have light. So you don't have to have big batteries. You can just have nominal batteries that just even out the power. If you're on the moon, for two weeks straight, you have no light. And then 2 weeks straight, you have light. So you'd have to have solar panels that were more than double the size needed to run constant. And you'd have to have batteries. And the reason why you'd need more is because batteries are not 100% efficient. So you'd have to have the batteries that get charged for 2 weeks and then discharge for 2 weeks. And batteries don't like cold temperatures. So that would degrade the amount. So you'd probably have to have triple or quadruple the solar panels just to have a camera running on the moon constantly. Never mind the challenge of landing on the moon remotely isn't easy. It's significantly easier to just put something in orbit and have it just go. So that's why putting it on the moon is not beneficial. Plus, you wouldn't get any better view of the Earth from the moon than anywhere else because you wouldn't see the moon. Right? You'd be looking up. You right? Or you could what benefit would it have? No benefit.
No, I haven't thought about it. Who asked that question?
That's the Flatty that's in the chat here.
Oh, the Flatty?
Yeah, that's the current one of the current goalpost moves that they're at. Well, because there's lots of satellites orbiting the Earth that are sending back pictures of it constantly. GOES goes east and goes west. There's Discover satellite, Himawari. There's several of them from Russia, Electron, where you can look at them in real time. All sorts of videos, but they're like, oh no, those aren't good enough. It's got to be on the moon for no good reason. So, let's see. We got Matthew a lot talking about our trip, says that Men in Black used their memory wiping tool on everybody and made it all up. So our shared memories are the result of that. Apparently.
Just look at my pen.
I've looked at getting one of those because people have made mock-ups of them.
Just put it in someone's. It's just what flashes.
Well,
they've
made a mock-up of the one that was in the movie.
Cool. Yeah, the prop.
It'd be good to get.
Ask the chat how I turn off this roving camera because it's kind of driving me nuts.
All right.
How do we do this?
You asked. I'm sure they'll answer. What?
All right. Yeah, that's a good point.
That is crazy that it does that. Like if
adjust background effects. Let's see.
Some people said it's in Zoom.
That's cool. Now I'm on a green screen. I said I have a green screen. Nothing comes up. Share it. Well,
we've got Dustin Wind. Says, is Jonathan looking for any help with TFE post-production work? My nephew is
email. Let's talk.
My nephew is a recent grad from CSUN and trying to find work in the film industry. There you go. Do you want to give your email out here?
Yeah, Mariande@gmail.com.
All right. You got to spell Mariande right, but it's on screen.
It's on screen.
Did you find it yet?
No, I'm going through filters, virtual backgrounds, video, mirror my video, just for low light.
Oh, we got Max has an article from Zoom using Apple's center stage feature with Zoom. How to enable or disable. Click the green camera icon menu bar at the top of the screen.
Green camera?
That's probably on the
Oh, right.
Yep.
It says Zoom has turned off reaction effects. Okay,
and
that's
then
what this is?
Click center stage to turn it on and off.
There it is, my man. Tell that guy to email me too.
Max lives in Uruguay. Remember I told you I might have mentioned. So he called
the solar spot.
He called the hotel for me because he speaks Spanish. I don't, and to ask some questions to help me out there. So, Max says he's already emailed you. There you go. This is a good one. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, as leader of the Illuminati, I must once again say Trump is not our fault. For the last time, that's Hydra.
I'm going everywhere tonight.
It's always all over the place. That's normal. All right, Kango 44 again. Man, people are asking, is Jonathan this dude still a flat earther after Antarctica?
I have to watch the doc.
It'll be in the doc. Obi-Wan says, watch the Professor Dave debunk of Dubé's 200 proofs. That's a great video. I love that video. And I think the title is Eric Dubé Sucks at Life, something like that.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Professor Dave? This is actually good.
Yeah, he goes through Dubé's list. I mean, there's so many people that have addressed every single one of Dubé's 200.
You're right. It is Eric Dubé Sucks at Life.
Yeah.
All right.
That it's embarrassing that he hasn't taken it down, because one of Dubé's things after the TFE was things in the sky don't matter. But at least 50, I don't know, don't quote me on the number. A large number. A large number of Dubé's.
The triangulation of the clouds with the sun, right?
Yeah. A large number of Dubé's things are things in the sky. So now that's a change. We better delete that video and take out.
Dubé kind of lost me when he put out that video saying we went to the great lengths of Hollywood. Like, Dubé is wasting his time arguing whether or not he went there. He should just make, fiction. He'd probably be really good at it.
He was offered a free trip.
I know. I don't know why. I still can't fathom why you would continue in that space and turn down a trip like that.
Yeah. Well, it's obvious.
Videos make.
It's obvious.
That's ChatGPT.
He's doing it for one reason, and going there would ruin that reason.
Asking ChatGPT what he makes a month on ad rev.
Oh, that's not going to be correct.
Not much.
So he's got
$4,500, $284 to $480.
Yeah, that I don't know if that's going to be correct. He sells stuff. He's got books. Right. He's got.
I'm sure.
He has several different.
I'm sure.
And he lived in Thailand for a long time. Where
so the YouTube is kind of his commercial advertising for all the other.
Probably.
Yeah. Keeps in the conversation. Super contrarian. I mean, everybody thought. I mean, he was invited. Wasn't he invited on Joe Rogan? But then wouldn't come. Eddie Bravo was going to bring him, or
going to do it remotely. So Joe wanted to have a debate between him and Neil deGrasse Tyson, but Neil says, I'm not going to debate that topic.
Eric Dubay and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah. Neil's like, I'm not going to debate that.
Episode,
so Neil had never agreed to do it.
Neither one of them would, though.
Well, I think Dubay might, but I think Dubay, I don't know, probably not. Dubay has never done a debate to my knowledge.
No.
And so
can barely find a picture of the guy. It's
safe for him to say that he wants to debate Dubay or Neil, because Neil has already stated he won't debate. Yeah. So how bold is a person saying I'll debate Neil when Neil said he won't debate?
I sort of remember, though, that Rogan mentioned he went to some effort. He was talking maybe to like Eddie Bravo and Sam Tripoli, or, those conspiracy guys that are his friends. He was like talking to Jamie, I think, and he said, we were going to set it up. Jamie, his assistant, the guy, the producer on the show, young Jamie. He was like, we had reached out, we were setting it up. It was like going to happen. Didn't happen.
All right, hold on a second.
But maybe not. Let me ask ChatGPT.
Oh, wow. Somebody's in here with a fake Liz Acosta account. Wow.
How can you tell it's fake?
Because of the comment. Not something Liz would say. So it's definitely Jake. Jake the Jake Hole sock account. I'll show it here. So that there is the type of thing that Jake the Jake Hole would say. I'm not going to say it, but yeah. Anyway, that's Jake. Good job, Jake. You suck at life too.
Poor Jake. Poor Jake. Life's too boring. You got to go be other people.
Yeah. Man, what a sad person. Like, it's actually her picture. Got her picture. Like, what a piece of absolute trash. Like, to get her picture, to make a fake account with her name, to just...
Or it's her and she's mad at us talking shit.
No. She's not like that at all. And it wasn't about us. It wasn't even about us.
The JG story.
It was about Jaren, because Jake has a thing for Jaren. Yeah.
It's a couple people that don't. I don't want to get into it.
Yeah. Kango44 says his name was Jon Mariande. I don't know.
Still is too.
It still is.
It's
Scruff.
It was also.
It was, is, and is to be. Scruff Herder says, why isn't seismology used more often to answer the goober's demand for evidence of a globe without using the sky? P-wave and S-wave propagation. Yo. So here, I'll try it right now. John, what do you think about seismology and the fact that there is P-wave and S-wave propagation on opposite sides of the Earth, and that there are certain timings that these things propagate, and they match the surface of a globe, but they don't match the surface of flat Earth?
Is this where people say that the ice causes magnetic interference?
No.
Then I have no idea what you're talking about.
So I think that answers the question to Scruff Herder. So seismology. So there's an earthquake. You're familiar with earthquakes. You live in California.
Yeah. Yeah, we get them.
And there's two kinds of waves that go across the surface, right?
Okay.
Do you know? I've never experienced an earthquake. I don't know.
But is this, would this be like the aftershocks and the
no? So
plate shift? Or?
There are waves that go like this.
Okay.
And there's
short
waves,
frequency.
And there's waves that go like this. Okay. So if you take it's often demonstrated with a slinky. So if you hold a slinky and then you lift and drop one side, there's a vertical wave that goes across. Right? And if you push
like
one
water
side,
in a hose, huh?
yeah, and if you push one side, then there's this compression that goes across.
So the applied force changes the outcome or the travel?
Well, they're two different types of waves.
But you're saying one's falling, right?
One's moving vertically, and one's moving
falling
as a compression wave, and the compression waves move faster than the vertical waves. And so and we know how fast they move through, how these waves move through different material. So when they move through water, and some of them move through water and some of them don't. The ones that go up and down like this, they stop at liquid. They don't go through liquid, but the compression ones do go through liquid. Anyway, so and we know how fast they go. So when an earthquake happens somewhere, we know where it happened. And then we can look as it goes across the surface of the earth. We can say, well, there's an earthquake here, say at California, and then it arrived at Alaska at a certain time, and arrived at Japan at a certain time, and it arrived at Australia at a certain time, or each of those is farther and farther away. And the distance that they are changes if the earth is a globe or flat, right? Things in the southern hemisphere are farther apart in if the earth is flat. So that we can look at that timing and we can say, well, it took this amount of time to get to Japan. It took this amount of time to get to Australia. And that amount of time to get to Australia was way too fast for flat earth.
I see.
And it's more telling if it's an earthquake that's in the southern hemisphere even. So if it's off the coast of Chile instead of California, how long did it take to get to Hawaii versus Australia? Well, Australia, flat earth map from Chile to Australia is very far. And so you can look at that timing and say, wait, it actually got to Australia quicker than it got to Japan, for example, which on the flat earth map, it's all backwards. So all of that.
Australia to Chile is further than Hawaii to Chile.
I'm looking at
flat earth map.
My example was Japan.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying now, because I was thinking flight paths that Rennie took, and I was like, pretty similar.
Yeah. So anyway, we don't need to. I don't know the concrete examples, but we certainly know that distances are different on the shape of the earth. It makes a big difference on distances. So we can use those timings and say, well, we know how fast those shock waves move. And so then we can see it took this long, so we know the distance.
Right. So. Okay. Yeah, that seems like that would be a measure, but was the question, were we investigating that? Or was the question, did somebody we do was that asking, in Antarctica?
Why don't we use that more? Why don't I use that more often when I'm debating a flat earther? And the reason why I don't is because of what we just saw here. It's completely outside of your knowledge, right? You don't know.
Well, a lot of it is, but that seems, once you explained it, it seems pretty straightforward to me. You just have to distinguish, though, the type of earthquake. You follow that account, Dutchin Sense? Isn't that the guy that follows all the seismology and all the weather patterns?
I don't know.
Dutchin Sense?
Dutchin Sense. So anyway, so there's that, but then the other thing is, of course, so let's see. S waves do not travel through liquid. P waves do travel through liquid because of, they're different
Wait, but if
Going
it doesn't
up and-
travel through liquid, does it travel underneath the ocean, you're saying? Or would it have to travel down South America? Like, how would it get to Hawaii?
The S waves move through the hard portion of the Earth, so it'll go
So deep underneath the oceans.
Yeah, well, and it goes through. Well, it goes straight through the Earth too. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
you can
like
look, right. Say, well, this distance here goes like diagonal underneath the Earth versus across the surface of the flat Earth, right? It wouldn't make sense if it was flat. It wouldn't make sense to do a curve underneath the flat Earth. It would go straight line. Anyway, seismologists, this is their entire field, and they rely on the knowledge of the shape of the Earth to do what they do. But yeah, the other is then, of course, S waves do not travel through liquid. And so there's a portion of the Earth where if there's an earthquake here, right, there's a shadow area here where there's no S waves at all because there's a liquid core in the middle. But there's S waves here and S waves here because it can go through rock, but it can't go through liquid. But then P waves, they do make it. They make it the whole way because they're compression waves instead of the lateral movement.
Okay.
So, and so flat earthers' answer would be, well, how do we know? Yep, just denial. So.
Hold on one second. I need to get something. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll read this here. We got Scruff Herder says, by the way, Witsit plus dishwasher plus hair, worth it. Witsit plus dishwasher. Oh, yes. The proofreading I didn't do last time. I've thought about that. That was so funny. I mean, that was very not funny. I can't believe anybody would ever laugh at that. Obi-Wan says, check your email, Mike. Okay, so I checked it. So Obi-Wan sent me a picture I took out the window at about 90,000 feet elevation. So how did you get to 90,000 feet elevation? That's what I really want to know. But let's see. And so I have a few, hold on. 90. Like, I love that. That's definitely a great photo. But what's the provenance of this whole thing here? Because that, when was it? And how did you get there? And does it have any... Yeah, there's no EXIF data on the photo. Like, I need more info on that, Obi-Wan. That is so cool. I can show it to everybody here. I assume you sent it because you're okay with it being shown. Right there. So, and you can see curve. And that looks like it's there's a curved window that you're looking through there. Look, that's a wing. So tell me more. Experimental aircraft. Obi-Wan, how the heck are you in an experimental aircraft? I gotta know more. I would love that. So I have, I have a collection of photos. Here of photos of the curve, right? And I don't have one at 90,000 feet. I would love to have one at 90,000 feet added to this, but I need a little more info on there. So, are you back, John?
I'm back.
All right. Somebody had emailed me a photo that they took at 90,000 feet in an airplane. You can see the curve of the wing, the curve of the, not the wing, the curve of the Earth. And
90,000 feet. That's impressive. Can I see it?
Yeah. And Leslie Rohrer says, note the shape of the wing. It's straight. Yes. Which suggests to me it's a potentially a plane that Bono and the Edge would be in.
Whoa.
Oh, hold on. I'll share it to you. There you go. That's the plane. So
hold on.
Are you looking?
Yeah, I'm going to open it up in Photoshop and just really check the straightness of that wing real quick.
80s experimental aircraft. So that's why there's no EXIF information on it, because there was no EXIF information on photographs in the 80s. I definitely want to know more about that.
There was no EXIF on. Oh yeah, that metadata because it was filmed.
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody wants to have me send some video and photos so that he can have metadata to put through a Python script. Okay, let's see.
Somebody.
A guy emailed me. He's like, "Hey, I'd love to take a look at." Okay, hold on. Well, it's not exactly a straight wing. It's not exactly straight. I'm going to be honest.
The wing was not?
Yeah, I just took a line tool in Photoshop and I put a point. I'm going to zoom all the way into it. And I'll put a point right there. And I'll zoom out. And I'll go to this side and I'll zoom in. And I'll hold shift and I'll put another point right there. And zoom out. Let's see.
So, look at that. So I'm looking at the wiki page for U2. All the concerts they've done,
Yeah, it's the wing is a little bit it has a little bow to it. There's a little bit of a bow to it. Just gonna say. Maybe it's the film.
Oh, Shifty Eyes Shady says that's a lie. Some guy sent me the EXIF data for the late 80s alien autopsy so he could verify it.
The wing, if you put a line that goes from the bottom left of the image where it meets black to the top right where it meets the gray, there's a bow that kind of goes like this over the top of the straight line.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
it's
debunked.
not. I don't know that the wing is perfectly
that's my
straight.
First debunking.
Yeah.
That's all I'm debunking. That's all I'm debunking.
People are saying, doesn't space start at 65,000? No, it does not. Space starts at the official definition, which is kind of arbitrary, is just 100 kilometers. And that was done because Mr. Carmen said, I think that's about as high as is possible to have a lift-based flight. So
has Neil ever revoked that comment that Will was claiming he made erroneously of Felix Baumgartner's 125,000 foot jump?
I don't know if Neil's said anything about that, but
he never came back and said that.
So yeah, that for background, Neil had said that he didn't think that you could see curve at the height that Felix Baumgartner was at, but Felix, in an interview, said that he did see curve. So I would take the personal testimony of Felix over the claim of Neil every day of the week as the trump card, if you're going to do that, because Neil was not there, Felix was. And Neil did not say that based on any analysis. That was just his knee-jerk reaction to it in a hot seat interview, you know. Well, what do you got there?
A little cocktail.
So now since going there, I've obtained a recipe for pisco sour and made it myself here a couple times.
Oh yeah, did you get the pisco?
I did.
I do that when my father-in-law comes in. He'll love it.
I got some Argentinian pisco, not some Chilean pisco.
Is it Argentina? No, Chile and Peru are the two that claim.
Or is it Peru?
Like there's supremacy over, maybe it's Argentina. I thought it was Peru because I was thinking Machu Picchu, but they both have their own twists on it, and they both claim theirs is, the original.
Their pisco
I'd like to taste
is?
the difference. The pisco.
Yeah,
their pisco.
So the recipe that I rather liked is it's pisco, bar syrup, lime juice, and egg white, and you froth it. I don't know if they gave us when we got it there if we had egg white in ours.
No, we did. I think we did that froth.
Yeah?
You didn't have the froth on yours? I had probably 5 of them at every meal. I had one after that. I had one at lunch one day.
No, people
I had to try them all out.
He had 5 at every meal. Not just 5 at 5 different meals. He had 5 at every meal.
5 different meals. 5 different meals. You gotta try them all.
Max says, yes, it's Chile and Peru that dispute the supremacy over pisco the same way Uruguay and Argentina dispute dulce de leche.
Coffee milk?
Yeah.
What is that called? Or what is it? No, sweetened condensed milk. When you burn it, you can make that. You take a can, dulce de leche, the caramel, basically caramel.
Yeah.
You take sweetened condensed milk. You don't open the can. You get a rolling boil going in a pot of water, and then you boil the can in the boiling water. I forget how long, and it makes beautiful caramel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Max says, did you recommend John the pisco? No, I think at that first restaurant we went to.
I think I got it first. I got it at the steakhouse.
Yeah, that first steakhouse that we went to.
Yeah.
And I did too.
We only have wine or this pisco. And I was like, well, I'll try the pisco.
There were 2 choices. And I had, so on the flight.
The eel?
No, that was a different restaurant. It was that first night where we sat right next to that glass where they had the meat in the glass right next to us. That first night.
Oh, I had a Coca-Cola there. You had it there?
I had it there.
Oh, yeah, you did have a drink because I had a Coca-Cola the first 2 or 3 nights. I wasn't drinking until the platters came and we were all at the table. And, because they all arrived late and I was like, Glover's platters. And the tension was so thick you cut it with a knife that I was like, I'm going to put my camera away. And then I started ordering shots of tequila just for myself.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I was going to get it in a glass. I was like, I'll take like a shot of tequila in a glass. And she brought me a shot glass. And I was like, I guess I'm drinking on this trip.
So on the flight from Santiago, which what did we do? We landed in the morning in Santiago.
Yeah.
Hiked through the airport as quick as we could, got on the plane to Punta Arenas. So I had whatever meal was on the plane from Miami to Santiago.
I had every meal. I loved it. I was starving.
Whatever it was not big.
Yeah,
and then on the flight from Santiago to Punta Arenas, I got a little bag of popcorn. And I really don't like popcorn, so I didn't eat anything. Right. And then we finally, after all that time, we finally get to Punta Arenas. We get to the hotel. We do all the stuff there. And then we're like, let's go eat. Like, none of the restaurants open till 8. So, okay.
Yeah.
So we go to that. We get that restaurant and I get that. Yeah. And that came before the food. And I had not had anything really since the night before. Not even the night before. Since I was at home.
Yeah, that'll mess you up.
And I don't.
Did you fly? Wait, what airline did you fly down? Latam?
Latam from Miami.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And it was from Minneapolis to Miami was Delta.
I'm not kidding. The pilot got on my Latam flight. Everyone is switching seats because it wasn't a full flight.
Yeah.
So I had like a middle seat. I swear to you, he gets on the plane. He goes, "Okay, let's go." Like that was his like announcement. It's like, "Okay, we're gonna." No, it was okay. We're gonna go now. I was like, "All right, Latam."
Was that your first flight?
It was my first flight from LAX.
Oh, jeez.
And my stomach, because my bags were 50 pounds each, like on the dot, and my backpacks were like 30 pounds of lithium in one, and then 20 pounds of lithium in the front. If they had weighed me, I was going to lose batteries, but I was worried. My stomach, I hate travel for this reason, like thinking I'm going to forget something. My stomach and I must have been sweating like crazy. Because I told the flight attendant, she's like, "It's okay, you're going to make your flight." And I was like, "Oh, she thinks I'm just nervous about the flight." And I was totally panicked and anxious, and my stomach in knots, thinking I'm going to have some issues. The LAX airport terminal for international is a shit show. I mean, it's like a wet market in Hong Kong. It's just anything goes in there, and everything's stacked on top of everything else. And she was like super cool. It was like, you're good. Everything's good. It'll be okay. You'll make your flight. You have pre-check. You'll be fine. So anxious about that flight. And then the stomach thing went away. It was wild.
Well, anyway.
It was wild. Get in there. Yeah.
I had that, and it was strong. And I was not ready.
Yeah. No, it was strong, even when I was ready.
Okay, so that was not the wing, that was the fuselage, says the person that took the photo. So
okay, so the story goalpost moving, huh? It does appear to be.
I don't know.
Actually, if you look at the image again, you should think to yourself the perspective of where the window is. There's no way that would be a wing. Why would that be a wing? It's like the plane's going this way. You're looking out the window. Why would the wing be going this way also? So I'm going to go ahead and say that that's proven.
It's going parallel to the window.
Not the wing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going with it.
So anyway.
Hey, if you're not having fun, what's the point of all this?
Yeah. Man, you're making me think
something.
I need to go grab a something.
Grab a something.
All right.
I have a Negroni.
A what? I don't have a lot of. I don't have many choices, but I'll go get. Tell you what, you entertain. I'll trust you to entertain the audience.
I was going to go use the bathroom while you go.
Well, but
I'll keep it.
We'll take turns.
I'll keep it going. Right. Let's talk. Yeah, let's talk. What do I have here? This audience isn't interacting with me, and you're not interacting with me the way Flatsoid was. He was like, "Let me see your." He said, "Let me see your airplane ticket and let me see your passport," both of which I have in a file cabinet because I just happen to save airline tickets. I just really don't throw anything away if it's a record, not for tax reasons, but just, in the back of my head, I was like, oh yeah, I want to know about that time I went to Costa Rica. I'm going to need a document to prove it. But despite that, I do keep all those things. So I had it. Not much to show in here. I can say that much. I'm not really good at rambling when it's just me. I'll try my best. Let's move some things on my desktop around and see. Is there a way for me to share screen since it's the Zoom call? Maybe I could share. Maybe I share. Let's see. All right. Well, okay, cool. Let me pull something open first. I want to see some pictures. This is Antarctica here. So this image that you're looking at, in addition to being my desktop wallpaper, so this is from Halfway Point. Shit. That's how good at this. This is from Halfway Point here. And this is when Will crashed his drone. So as you can see here, there's a man deep into this snowdrift shot. And the reason for that, he told me twice. I was like, oh, okay, I'll come with you. Let me just throw some stuff in the truck. And he's like, hey, probably better if I go alone. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. No, I'll just throw the backpack then. I'll be quick. He's like, no, you better stay in the truck. And I was like, oh, this guy's not taking me on this hike. But basically, Will was flying his drone, and it got quite a ways further than he is before he lost control and crashed it. When you're looking at Scott, the most relaxed guy in the world, and he's there he is. He's going to hike to get the drone. So it's this is near the Blue Ice Runway. This is, I think, where the Antarctic Plateau like goes up through this glacier, I believe. Anyway, just Jonah, what kind of a drink did you settle on? It's the same one.
I opted for.
Well, it's not a wing, so.
The
a mudslide?
No, just Bailey's.
Oh, Bailey's by itself. You know, there's one called Irish Cream, I think is what it is.
Yeah, Bailey's Irish Cream.
No. It's called or it's like its name is like it's the same as Bailey's, but it's something like that. Anyway, delicious. A little stronger, I think. Let me use the bathroom. Did you see my images? Was that all coming through?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, I have some images I could show.
All right, so we get to hear him in the bathroom now.
Oh shit, you're right. Hold on.
I shouldn't have said anything. We're gonna have a Naked Gun moment here.
That's a funny thing about like in movie productions, sound guys, they're usually the quietest people, and they have some of the most interesting stories because people don't remember they have a mic on. When they'll walk to the bathroom, they'll be screaming at their agent or their wife or whatever.
There was times where he had me mic'd, and he's far away, and I would talk to him because it's being recorded to separate channels, and I'd talk to him and try to mess with him. I'll wait for him to get back to mention that. While he's away here, let's see. We got Jack Fetter says RPM equals 1 over 1440 scale accordingly. Yeah, for the rotation of the Earth. Flatties can't handle that generally, right? Don't do good at math, and so get confused and think that it's super difficult, but it's not. Shane Eslick. All right, I'll read that when he gets back. Leslie Rohrer sent me this buck converter, but the Silicon Ventures buck boost converter isn't loading. Siliconventures.net. So I don't know why, but thank you for doing it in a super chat, Leslie. But let me see if I can pull up a buck boost converter. There it is. All right. I see. Okay.
Can I kind of want to have a cancer moment too while we're taking a little, can I just put my earbud?
Yeah. Go ahead. You do that. You do that in the house?
No. I'm gonna walk outside while I do it and just keep it. I'm in my little guest house office back here.
I see. Okay. But can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got the.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just standing here on the porch.
So
I don't know if you can hear the rain.
I was talking about how there were times where you had me mic'd, and you were like serious, and I was messing with you, like saying things to you.
That's really funny because my editor, he talks about that. He talks about your response time to everything. He loves it. It cracks him up. And we were like trying to figure out if that was, you were like putting on a character or if that was just you. It might not be the same thing you're talking about, but you like, is this what you're talking about? Where like you guys are like, Jonathan can hear everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then like when you're off somewhere away from, like, was thinking like when we were measuring the line of longitude, and you were off on the snow filming us from some distance, and I was like talking to you while Critical Think and Will were off doing something, and I'm like trying to break you. I try to get you to start chuckling while you're filming.
You got Sam laughing a lot, like, and it's funny is like, it's really easy to take things out of context. That would be how like that Netflix Behind the Curve got made as like a hit piece. It's really easy to make people look goofy because, you know, people are not serious all day long. When you've got a mic on, things happen.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of like really like tender, funny moments. I think they're tender and like sincere. They're not, and it doesn't have anything to do with any of the Flat Earth people. It's really just me, Dave McKeegan, you, Critical Think. Like there's a lot of really funny moments. Jaren's got some funny moments, which was it was a surprise going into the edit because, you know, expectations of what we were going to do and then doing it and then coming back and watching it again, like I was saying earlier. And they say that in production, like you write a story 3 times. You write it before you go, the script, then while you're shooting, you're like rewriting stuff. And then in post, you're obviously sculpting it and writing it again, or, you know, revealing it really in a documentary sense. There's outlines, then the shoot. But yeah, you were talking to me at one point telling me that I shouldn't have been outside of the snow bounds where everyone says Austin walked off to get snow. You remember in that controversy?
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know, like 20 to 30 yards beyond where we were allowed to be. I just ran off into snow, and you're like telling me, you're like, Jonathan, maybe don't move. The guy's coming back, and he just gave us, you know, rules, doesn't really want us over there. And I think I just gave you a thumbs up.
Yeah, and you know, they were of course being very cautious because they have to, because yeah, if somebody falls in and then, you know, then that's a bit of a problem for a company that's based on tourism.
Yeah, they said a drone crash is like an oil spill for them. Like if that battery in lithium goes down, that's like a big deal.
Yeah.
And so they do a really not rigorous, they just check that you know what you're doing with your drone.
Yeah.
But what was funny is me and Will, you know, we got our drones unlocked to go a mile high, and we were already on edge just about like, wow, they're letting us take drones to Antarctica. And so to do it, we submitted paperwork that said we had the right, you know, we had the rights to do the drone by ALE, who was hosting us. So DJI, they unlocked both our drones. And so when we're getting checked for flying the drones, the guy, his name was Travis. He's like a real pilot, like he flies planes too. He was like breathing down our neck, watching us control the drone. And, you know, someone looking over your shoulder for anything is, you know, the pressure builds.
Yeah.
And he's checking to make sure that the auto home feature is set. And so just for context, on the DJI drones, return to home is a feature that if your drone battery dies or if you lose sight of it or control, it'll automatically, when the battery is just enough to get back by calculations, it'll fly up to a certain height above where it is, and then it'll fly back directly over where it took off, and it'll land automatically.
Yeah.
But so he was telling us a story. He was like, make sure you set return to home, and that mine, you know, they configure automatically. But he's like, sometimes they don't. Make sure that it configures, because we had a group here recently that they did a drone test. They flew the drone up. We lost line of sight, said, okay, return it to home. And they hit return to home, and it flies up, hovers, flies towards them, and then just goes screaming past them, you know, and it flies like 60 meters higher. And it kept going. They lost control of it. And basically the return to home was set still in Chile.
Oh,
yeah. So it just was like, all right. And flew up and was like, gonna like follow the map.
I got it. Somebody said they were blowing up nuclear bombs over Antarctica and they're worried about a little drone. I don't know of any nuclear bombs that were blown up over Antarctica. What the hell are you talking about?
Is that Operation not paperclip?
Fishbowl is what you're looking for.
Fishbowl,
but
yeah. Is that what it is?
To my knowledge, those were all in the northern hemisphere. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty certain that was not over Antarctica at all. So yeah, good luck there. Res Lept Tap Luck Hutor, whatever your name is. I don't know.
How do you sign in?
Yeah. Shane Eslick says, I'd say MC Toon is a jester because he does it for fun, not a troll who does it to upset people. Yeah, I do.
There is a lot of that. There's a lot of infighting, and people were like telling me they're gonna like attack you. And I don't know. I think that comes down to approach, and claims. Like if you bring claims, you got to back it up.
Yeah,
and I just don't bring any claims.
You're funny. You're laid back. You don't care. You're like whatever. Let's have fun. So, yeah.
No, it's fun. I enjoy it. I do. I didn't think I would, but I do enjoy it.
So let's see. I burped into the microphone once for you. I don't know. I'm like, and I was looking at you while I was doing it, and I was talking to Critical Think. I'm like, watch, I'm going to burp into the mic for him. And I did it, and I don't know if you even responded, so I don't know if you heard it.
Let's see if I got any photos. Give you something unprecedented. I'm sure you guys have shared tons.
I have not. I just I spent a month trying to upload photos to a site, and it's half done. Not even half done. Videos.
It's tedious.
And so they're going to archive.org, and I have quite a few up there. And then I started uploading our 360 videos from the Insta 360s, and archive.org, after I had uploaded a whole bunch of them and they looked like they had made it, I dug into them on archive.org and they did not. It's like, that's supposed to be an MP4, so it just deleted it.
Here's a fun one.
Thanks, Critical Think, just sleeping.
He
was so good at that. It's his skill.
He was. Yeah. This is our road, right?
Yep.
I think this was the last day. There was a Christmas tree.
That was there the whole time.
Yeah. A stop sign.
Mm-hmm. That's a real stop sign because that's where the runway is.
Yeah, we really stop. You're supposed to.
Every time.
And I think this is the road here, right in front there of the stop sign. That's, I think, the road that goes to the Chilean military base.
To the right.
They just leach. Yeah, they just leach off of ALE. ALE moved like 100 miles away to this new place, however many years ago. And the Chilean army base was like, oh, yeah, okay, well, we're going to move too because we use your runway.
Yeah.
The infrastructure, it saves them money.
I don't think it was that far away. I think they still use the same blue ice runway.
Oh, 10 miles maybe?
Yeah, but yeah, this is a more protected from the wind location.
Yeah. Rossmore, right?
Mount Rossman, yeah.
Rossman. There's, you kind of see, zoom in. That's right here is Elephant Rock.
Okay.
And what an interesting thing, because I didn't even get a picture of it. I meant to, but at different times of day, it really looks like an elephant trunk and the big ears and like the head shape. This isn't the time of day. Snow otters.
There's the twin otters, yeah. There's twin otters. Let's see, your tent's on the right, and there's the that must be the honeymoon suite there because that tent is bigger. This one? Yeah.
That this is just the first row. I think this was
but look, there's three midsections. All of the rest of the tents only have one midsection.
Oh, yeah. What is this? Good point.
That's why I figured, because that's the first the first tent.
But isn't that where, no, because Will,
No, Will
Admiral
was on the
Byrd,
next one. The next one to the right is Bird.
Oh, I see. Man,
I didn't see anybody in there. Okay, how many? Wait, go back one. How many? On your lens, on your aperture? We can count the leaves on your aperture. How many?
19.
19. Sounds right. I don't know. Guess. I'm just guessing.
There's a little rainbow.
So
that's a star filter from the circular polarizer that I have on there.
oh, that's what's causing the rainbow?
The star, yeah. Not the rainbow, but I think the star, because it shrinks, or it shrinks the sun.
Okay.
There's inside my tent with Dave McKeegan. We had a little. He had a solar panel that we put on the roof. I didn't use it.
To charge.
This is my side of the tent. Yeah, I didn't even sleep, and it was so hot.
Oh,
and this is bedtime. This is what it looks like at night.
Yeah.
Because it's 24/7. So I had my this black. It's called duvetine, and so I had this duvetine. I'd wrap my camera in where just my lens came out, and I got in there, and my tent was close enough to the Wi-Fi that I could get on my phone, and I covered myself up and laid there. Probably got 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
But let's see, all of our stuff, batteries, cameras. Here's a little better. This wire here is the solar panel. And
did he bring it in through the hole in the roof, or did it come in from?
Yeah, he used the zipper on the back of it. Because there's zippers, there's doors, I think, that go straight through it, or something opens. Maybe it's a window.
Yeah, there's a door on both sides.
Yeah. Oops. Let's see. I haven't organized my photos, so this is just a small selection. And this, people should know, this looks really close. This is kind of, I think this is a 50 mil lens, maybe. This looks really close when you're driving, but what is it, 10 kilometers from where we are?
Yeah, it was far.
It's wild. It's wild.
And it looks like it's close because you don't have any features on the ground. It's just white and then more white and more white. And so you don't have any cues for how for distance.
An atmospheric, because the mountain, it's untold. Yeah. Inside the
picture yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, it was selfie.
Why is that so underexposed?
I probably was just playing with it to see.
Okay.
I have a variable ND, so I could turn it. Just playing around.
Oh, okay.
Seeing, you can see. I was really fascinated with the reflection. You see it here.
Yeah.
These are JPEGs. I have RAWs of everything too. So sometimes I'll overexpose or I'll underexpose so that I can in post manipulate the image from certain places to accentuate things. It's kind of lost here, the color. That's the live stream where you guys were live streaming, and this is Will Duffy with a breath of air.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Nice silhouette. You got to have something to contrast it with. The sun behind it lights it up, right?
Yeah, and no vape.
No vape.
This was this his midnight live stream?
December 15th at 2:26 p.m.
Oh, this is the next day then.
Yeah, I think when we were midday or something.
Yeah, okay.
That's blown out, but that's our little research. This is our little spot.
Yeah, that's the. Wait, who's on the Tucker there? Is that Scott?
No, it's not Kentucky either. I think his name was not Travis. I was I forget his name.
So
he was Scottish also.
That Tucker that's a truck.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
How much horsepower?
I don't know. It moved all of 1 mile an hour.
It's slow as shit. Very clean. There's no dirt. I spilled So this is the guy when we were joking around by the bathroom where the smoking section was, and I spilled my Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And he walks over to grab a shovel, and then we took your ultimate frisbee because we didn't have a place to put it.
Yeah.
So he starts shoveling. I go, I'll do it. Well, the Coca-Cola penetrated so far down into the snow. I mean, it was like a half a foot.
Oh.
As I'm shoveling, so like you get rid of all your waste there. And he was like, no problem, I'll do it. And I was like, let me just handle it. My daughter painted a portrait of me. She's 3. And I was like, I'm going to bring this and take a picture in Antarctica.
Oh,
so
that's
that was
nice.
me taking a picture with it. Dave McKeegan, the photographer. We did a couple of different looks, a couple of different poses here.
Loving the camera. Loving it.
It's hard to top that shirtless photo, though, because that was just so iconic.
They freaked out about that. I love their freak out about that one.
And then the shot there, I can't tell you how many times I logged on to something like Facebook, like literally Facebook or TikTok, and I would see like how it looks to go to Antarctica, and then it would be at the bottom of the image. It was like split. It was like when you fake going to Antarctica, and the fake is like half of us with our shirts off, and then the guys really going are like, first of all, the guys really going are at the ocean, and it's clearly a different time of year.
Yeah,
they're all bundled up. There's our bathrooms. You can see the skis where they pulled them out.
Yep.
This is you.
Yeah.
A little walk.
Strutting there.
Strutting. There's the spot, the sun. This was the warm time of day when the sun was this direction.
Yep.
From here to
the
like
north.
the right of frame. Yeah. The north. Solar panels on all sides of the building, someone pointed out.
Not the south side.
Oh, well, yeah, not our side.
But
here,
yeah, but
this is your Starlink right here.
So we had power in there, but they never fired up the generator because we never had clouds.
It was hot in there. It was warm. We must have been all the bodies.
Yeah.
9 of us plus 2 staff at any given time. This was a guy on the 10K loop.
Yep.
Just doing a hike.
Jog or whatever, yeah.
With his gear on. Back inside. I think that's it. No, we were here earlier. Okay. The airport. There's the planes. You can kind of see the...
Yep. The Twin Otter, 3 of them there.
Yeah, those are cool.
So when we were in the truck there one of the times, and you were filming out the window, and I took my camera, Tuna, and I extended it, and I put it out all the way across, because from the cabin where we were, there was a portal into the cab in the front.
Yeah.
And I extended and there's 2 people in the cab, and I extended all the way up to the front windshield. And you're just looking at me like you're ruining my shot.
Yeah, I had to introduce your camera as a character in your interviews. That was my only solution, because I was like, man, cameras are in every shot, and people are going to think I'm like some like amateur with just cameras everywhere, and like cameras in my shot, and like bothered me a little bit. Let's see. Stop sign.
I already toasted my my stuff here.
Yeah, me too. I need another one. There's a snowpack. It was pretty deep.
I'm cutting myself off.
Yeah, okay. One and done. I got a long way to go to 5.
And we got some naughty people in the chat. Stop it.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna say it. You looped around here.
Yeah, no, I went down originally, and then I got to the end, so I'm going up.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Oh, you're right. I am looping. Okay, that's one set. And I got a bunch of sets. There we go.
Oh, okay. Well, that was in Punta. That was
Punta.
That was the first day in Punta there.
The live stream, yeah.
Yeah. That big navigational thing in the background there. Pretty cool.
Right. I've got a ton of photos. There's only 4 batches are organized. Oh, this is a big one. Okay. Back to the tents.
Yeah. Or the rooms. Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
there.
the
Oh, wait,
rooms.
go back to the you got the Tucker, and then I don't know what that other truck is, so they use different vehicles to bring us back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
this is a phone area right here. Phone booth. Funny enough.
which I don't know if anybody needed, because with
No.
free Wi-Fi, that totally ruins the necessity for a phone.
Which was funny is one of the rules was if you're going to do a voice call, go outside, they said.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the guys got back from the mountain expedition, I walked into the cafeteria and I had no idea they were back. And it was wall to wall, hikers. They had the thick jackets that we saw at ALE.
Yeah.
Wall to wall guys, all of them. I mean, it might as well have just been like, a bar. They're just all drinking. Because we had wine and beer.
Yeah.
So they've all got drinks. The row on the left of those chairs, every single chair was a guy screaming into his phone in like Japanese.
They're Chinese.
Arigato, or Chinese.
They're all
like,
Chinese.
talking.
Yeah.
And then all the tables were full of people playing like board games.
Yep.
So it was like Pai Gow and like Scrabble and like whatever else. It was like a commerce casino.
Playing Scrabble in Chinese?
I mean, they were just playing like all those games were pulled out. Pictionary, or what was it? Telestrations was pulled out.
Telestrations.
They're having a good time.
They
That's a fun game.
They were. I liked those guys. They were pretty fun.
They were cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were having a good time. There was a couple of people. There was like a Russian or a Ukrainian when I was setting up interviews in the room, the library.
The library?
Yeah. And he was talking to a woman. This guy ran 100 miles while he was here on the 10K loop. And he's just finished doing the 7 summits where you climb all the 7 tallest.
Yeah.
And he basically has done every extreme thing you could do. And he was like, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do next. It's like, wow, intense.
Yeah.
And by the way, when he ran 100 kilometers on a 10K loop, he just ran it 10 times. I was like, did you go somewhere? He's like, no, he just kept circling.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there's the ice wall. You found it.
The ice wall. There it is. Surprisingly, that ice is light. Like, it's not very heavy. It's not like heavy blocks of ice.
That's not ice. That's packed ice crystals that are not super densely packed. Yeah, we called it snow, but it's not really snow. It's not snowflakes.
Because they're pretty solid. What do? They cut that with a saw out of the ground?
It doesn't take much to cut that. It's yeah.
Here we go. Blue ice runway. Dave McKeegan on the blue ice runway. He had no problem walking on the ice.
Well, that's not ice there. You can see it's covered in snow there.
Yeah, no, this was when we were in the car leaving. We were originally on the side over here. You remember?
Yeah, yep.
That's where we were like down here. So you can see that drift of snow. And so, yeah, there was a little bit of snow on this, but so it wasn't that slippery. And it's interesting because the blue ice runway, it goes downhill and then it like veers up at the end.
Yeah, it's a scoop, like in a little bit of a valley.
You remember when we took off the plane? We're not that high. Like we had just lifted up, and the plane does it. Like you look like your wings going to hit the ground when we take off because he basically flies at the mountains and then turns around, lands this way, and takes off.
Yep. Yeah, that Russian Illusion plane, that was big old beastie lumbering thing. Yeah, and it's like, I don't care. I'll just make up for grace with power. It's just
that thing is a beast for sure. It's cool looking. Here's a closer look at the blue ice. getting down there. Got my selfie on it. Well, Dave McKeegan shooting
Dave
me
took
again.
that. All right.
Yeah. There's the little portal that you were talking about right here.
Yeah. The bottom part,
It's
the via to go from the front to the back.
It was funny because
Back
when
to the
they were
front.
driving, it was kind of noisy where they were. I rode in the front at a later time with Will in this truck. But I remember us sitting in the back there and like trying to talk to Scott and being like, yeah, so like, is this always like this? And he's just like, no reaction.
He didn't hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't hear.
So Dave McKeegan is here. He has a super chat that says, remember, vote Tune for top left.
What's that?
So we do an annual competition. So top left would be, if you know Dunning-Kruger, have you heard of that?
No.
It's some psychologists that studied people. They gave them they asked people about their background in some particular topic. Then they asked them how good they thought they were at the topic, how confident they were in that particular topic. And then they tested everybody. And the people that tested poorly thought that they really knew how they really knew the topic, right? So the people that were the worst at it thought they were the best. Everybody else generally got a pretty good assessment of themselves, except the people at the very top tend to underestimate their skill. So anyway, so the left side of that scale is the people that don't know much. And the top part of that scale is people that think they know much. So the top left side with people that don't know much but think they're really good. So that's the idea of top left is who in the flat earth thinks that they are all that but are not the most. So the annual competition then is we nominate a couple different people, and then we put together some voting videos and people vote on them. And so Dave McKeegan, at the nomination, his daughter came in to sit on his lap. She was tired in the middle of the night, and he asked her, "Who's the silliest person you know?" And she pointed at the screen. At me.
Yeah.
So I was nominated for top left, which generally is not allowed, by his daughter, which made it allowed. So
He was telling this funny story. I'll probably mess it up, but we were in the room and he was talking to one of his daughters. I think he said the middle one. And she was like, "You're there." Like in Antarctica. He was telling me this. I didn't hear this, but like I was in the room. I could hear him talking to him. And he's like, yeah, she was like, she knows I'm in Antarctica with a group. And so she kept asking, like, let me see everybody. Let me see Antarctica. Let me see the group. He's like, well, we're in Chile. We're not quite there yet. And he kind of panned it to where I was like packing gear. And it's just the room's just a mess, messy to camera people
but
unpacking.
You rearranged every room too.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's true. I should show a picture. I have a picture of that somewhere. And then he could tell the story better than me, but obviously, but he was like, he shows the room really quick. And like the response was like, she thought it was like this exciting thing. And then we're just in this really bad hotel room.
Yeah. So that's Mark Herman there.
Yeah, that's Herman. Maybe you are.
That's me.
It's a little dark. These are JPEGs, so it's a little crushed.
Is that? Hold on. That's Critical Think
Elizabeth,
there.
Critical Think.
Yeah.
Outside the windows. There we go. That's getting
photography
closer.
is tough because inside the vehicle there, it's dark, and outside it's light. Yeah. So your dynamic range is crazy.
Choice. Yeah, and then also if you're like me and like shooting video and recording audio, it was a little bit tricky at times to like get my mind on like what I was doing.
Oh yeah.
So I would try to take a photo with whatever the setting was last, because I shoot raw, so I can kind of save it sometimes. So this is we're getting close to the ice scoop.
There it is. Getting there.
Yeah, this is it. Pretty close. This landscape is just crazy.
Yeah, so those chunks of ice there on the right side there, those are not little. Those are not just little pieces. Those are like house-sized pieces of ice.
Oh yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Because we like pull over right here. There we go.
Yeah.
So that's us on the scoops. It's McKeegan, and it's got the strangest formation. I mean, this stuff is so wild without those cleats, the crampons.
Oh, you couldn't. Crampons.
Crampons, yeah.
Why they're called crampons, I don't know.
Cramp them on. I was having a hard time getting mine on, and I was like, I'll just go without them. And Dave's like, you're not going to be able to move.
No.
And I was like, oh, really? And he's like, yeah. So we like stretched a large pair on my boot. Like I'm pushing down on my foot in my boot, and he's like standing up, stretching the rubber, and we got him on. I got to get him these photos.
There you go. Yeah. So we each had a walking stick there and the crampons, and we did okay.
Yeah. There's our Will and Mark Herman both stayed back, right?
They did not have the cold weather gear enough with them.
There's the crampons there.
There you go. Up. Yep. That's
and you can see, I mean that's like slick. Like that ice is
it's so slippery.
Yeah. Critical think. And
look
like
how
just like
bumpy it is. It wasn't smooth.
Yeah. It's wild to think how this could form, like it's like melting, but it's rolling, and like the wind, I guess, is constantly hitting it.
Yeah.
And so like it's kind of like little incrementally like smoothing it out and pushing it and then dropping it down from like melting, and then stairs are going down. Yeah. It's I tried to get some good close shots of that. It was just such a wild landscape.
Dave?
It's Dave.
There's you surfing.
I'm surfing the wave, man. I saw a picture of this wave later on ALE's Instagram where someone got like up behind this photo, like up on the back of the slope behind it. It's one of those things like it's a little bit better looking wave for a surf. Looks like a surfer's wave kind of wrapping. Still a cool shot, but and then Critical Think showing me up. I don't even know if he knew what we were doing. He was like, whoa,
I don't
get a shot of me. Whoa, I got my hands. Whoa. And I was like, this is great. I'm like filming him I took that photo.
I don't think he knew. No.
This is gnarly. I mean, he was making surfing references, which is funny. He's like, get me, I'm doing surfing. Going backside now.
Is that, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah. See, this way he's faced, this is backside where his back's to the wave.
I see.
Is front side.
Okay.
Where his waves to his facing the wave. This is how I surf, like right foot forward. Most people surf like this, which is, that's backside front foot forward. But if your left foot in this shot was in the front, so if he was turned around.
So was he getting pitted? So pitted?
He was getting close to pitted, man. Right up the ledge.
I don't know what does pitted mean? Is that
like
a thing?
In the pit, like deep in the, that's from like that classic video of the really like
the surfer dude.
Surfer during the hurricane, at Huntington Beach. I get so many comments on my TikTok about these clouds. People are like, that looks like the cloud from Nope. The UFO, if you ever saw that. This is cool. This is
there
a cool
you
section.
go. You can see tuna there.
Yeah, tuna. You got quite you were prepared at all times from Minnesota. You were never not prepared for weather. I think
Yeah.
critical think was always just prepared for the worst. And some of us tried to cut corners. That's how far we walked. There's Scott. Like he's always like a mile ahead of us, or 20 yards at least.
Yeah. And all right, so go back one more. Right there. Look at his shoulders. Relaxed. See that?
Nothing bothers this guy.
You read a lot in the shoulders. He's like, whatever. Just
he didn't even care about us. I mean,
No.
as our guide, he's like, there's no crevasses. If anything, they're going to break a leg and slip, maybe break a hip. I'm not worried about it. It's not death. And
like
I can get him back in time.
They all got emergency evacuation insurance. I don't care.
Some people got to learn the hard way. I'm not here to regulate that. He's like, I'm already thinking of warmer Everest hikes this year.
He flew out with us.
Yeah.
And went home. He did not come back after that. That was it for his stay there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're heading back here now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of more of the landscape I think people associate with Antarctica.
Yeah.
Unnatural rolling vibes, the mountains. When in reality, it's just flat pancake kind of feel. Or where we were for the majority of it, rather.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, these flags, like they come to these spots. They're driving, we know what he told us, but they're driving to these particular crevasse-free areas.
Yeah, they scout them ahead of time.
Yeah. There's the truck. The wheel is almost as big as Lisbeth. I was waiting for him to fall again.
Oh.
I filmed it so much, and Sam's like, "You got a lot of this guy like walking," and I filmed all this in slow motion because I knew it was just going to be beauty B-roll. It's like, I was waiting to get that nice slippage.
I see.
Because it was right after that, so I was like dialed. I was like, "This is where the gold's going to be for this section." Our camp is somewhere like what, this way?
Yeah, to the left there.
Yeah.
You can't tell because it's rolling frozen water is what it is.
A glacier. I can't believe I didn't notice that this was the honeymoon suite, right?
Yeah,
here.
the triple wide tent.
Yeah, what is that for people that bring their kids or something like that?
I don't know. I didn't. I was just guessing. But so yours is. Let's see.
This was me here,
and behind that is
Lisbeth.
Yeah, and so I'm over to the right one more. You see critical think there.
Here.
No. Go to you. No, that's critical think, and then the tent. I don't know if you can see ours is right behind yours in this picture. That's kind of diagonal.
Oh, right here.
That might be it. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they put a lot of effort apparently into lining this camp up. So symmetrical.
Those diagonals were really good.
Really good.
So I was in marching band in high school, and the diagonals was always the thing that they harped on. Like, you got to check the diagonals because that's how you know you're in the right spot. And so I saw that right away. I'm like, I know how hard it is to get things lined up. And these diagonals are perfect.
They are perfect. Let's see, what's this next one? We saw these. Did we see these? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think these are some shots that Dave got of me. That was my setup for the whole shoot. I had the bag thing on my head.
That was you all the time.
Light.
Yes.
All the time, yeah. And then I could hold this. So in here was my recorder, batteries. This was a slot that I could put a second camera on me.
Oh.
This was my microphone. I had headphones on because I had 3-4 channels. This is the 4th channel, but I had 3 wireless. recording stereo on different people because I wanted to be able to move about and I couldn't afford to just stop. And I knew this wasn't going to be a thing where we're going to have reenactments, that there had to be like some, documenting some honesty.
Yeah. Brad Pitt is not actually going to come and shoot my parts.
Yeah. There's a little bit of, there's my DJI Osmo camera doing the tracking, which I had to, the Osmo does only a 180-degree pivot. So it'll track the sun, but every 3 hours I had to move the bottom, the tripod here. I had to move this like counterclockwise, 45 degrees, 90 degrees. And then the head would stay as I would turn this, the head would stay. Yeah. And then over time it follows the sun, and then I have to turn this more. And I would turn, that was the move I did.
So did you get 24 hours with that?
Yeah, I did, but it's not as powerful and consistent. Like a couple times the sun drifts in mine. It's a cool shot, and I kind of like it for other purposes, but I don't have that like perfect, because again, mine is not tracking anything except what I've clicked on. It was a hyperlapse that tracks a focal point. Okay. And because of the sun, I had an ND filter on. It's kind of you couldn't see the sunspots, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so it's kind of tracking the whole spread of the glow. That wasn't my objective. It was something at the last minute I was like, oh yeah, maybe I should track it too. These are just all my shots from McKeegan. One time wearing the gloves, or 2 times. Yeah, I didn't have the gloves on a lot.
We were fortunate. It wasn't that cold.
No, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, there you are. Is that with the green screen?
This is when I was making a joke about Critical Think. I hate that I always ragging on him this whole time. Feel free to dish it out, CT, if you're watching this. I can, feel free. I probably earned it. This is the moment though where I'm green screened.
Yep.
Yeah. Allegedly. And then Dave shooting.
That's a good photo there.
Yeah. The sun is to the southeast. This is when we walk to get the sound. I look like I got a cape on, huh?
Yeah.
We went to go record the plane land. And it turned into us. It turned into us recording first me walking on the hard, crunchy snow for like sound effects. Then I walked like alone. Then I walked in the soft snow. Then I walked with Dave McKeegan in both environments. Then I went down the road and had Dave walk towards and past me in the crunchy snow. Yeah. Then I had Dave walk towards and past me in the soft. So I was getting those, those audio profiles. There I am getting the blue ice runway.
Oh yeah.
Full of sunscreen on my face. Zinc every day. Not taking any chances.
I got a good bit of sunburn.
Yeah, we had raccoon eyes.
Yeah.
There's a plug for my boots. Those boots were great.
Were those their boots, or did you bring those?
Yeah, those are their boots.
Okay.
This is me shooting at the ice scoop. Everybody else, I didn't have a walking stick. Risking it out there.
Playing with fire.
Yeah, that's how I live. Dangerously. Stupid. I think is that. Did we see? We saw that. Oh, this. Wait, did we see this?
Yes.
Yeah. Saw that. I think that's all that are organized here. I have more, but yeah, that's all these.
Wow.
Let's see. $14th. Oh, there's the airport.
Oh yeah, before we leave.
We were spacing out, trying to figure.
He was
figure out where everybody goes.
He's like, we got to get this picture. And we're moving chairs around. And wait, go back with it. You got the guy on the left there. He's like, what are you doing? You're not going to make me move, are you? Like,
no one was offering either. They could see we were clearly trying to line something up, and everybody was like unwilling. This is where we met Liz, or whatever her name was.
Lizzie?
I think Liz. That was Lizzie.
Yeah.
She took the picture of all of us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she offered. She like spoke English.
Well, yeah, she was from
I think
England,
that's the one I sent him. That's the group.
Oh yeah, look at there we go. Bring that one back up again. There's one person frowning.
Oh, he's smiling.
No, that's a sour face there. Look at that sour face.
You're wrapping me in controversy.
Not.
There's a plane. There's that bomber plane outside our window, the cargo.
That's the cargo plane, yeah. With that thing on the nose there sticking down underneath.
Yeah, that's actually a viewing station
For bombing.
No, that's
right?
a viewing. Well, maybe, yeah, but for yeah, probably. But there's another Antarctica logistics company that I saw a guy on Instagram. He filmed as they're flying over the ice.
Oh,
From that kind of. I took pictures of everything from the camp because I wanted to be able to reference it without having to carry that all back with me.
oh, I see.
I have all their literature.
I have that somewhere. Oh, there's me.
Yeah, here we are on the plane. Look at this. That was an interesting one.
Yeah. The horizon
Level with the water, and the horizon's lower.
The horizon forgot to rise with eye level. Yeah.
I didn't know what he was doing when he had me do this. He's like, get your camera and make sure the water's level. And then it hit me. I was like, wow. Okay.
He set you up, man.
Set me up. Still didn't debunk shit. Didn't debunk me with this. No, that was a cool one. These, you know what, Langley, our secret Will's bodyguard told me?
What?
He told me that thing is as big as a football stadium.
That little chunk of ice there?
That little chunk of ice.
I suppose. We're 40,000 feet up.
Yeah, 40,000 feet. That's
an iceberg.
Substantial icebergs. I'm on a zoom lens, 24 to 70, zoomed all the way in. Any creatures on that thing? Is this the iceberg underneath? No, just this. You know, the tip of the iceberg kind of thing. That's like the JPEG pixelation. Yeah, he said those are as big as. Yeah, so these are as big as. This is as we started to get in.
Yeah, that's the coast there. Yeah, no ice wall.
Very beautiful. Well, actually, I did get a picture.
It's the edge of the ice next to the water. It's not a wall, though.
Yeah, right.
People are like, there's an ice wall. You didn't go there. There's an ice wall. I'm like, there wasn't an ice wall, you idiot.
Well,
I was there.
You can see it. You can see it here. Like if those are football stadium size, this is a huge shelf, right?
Yeah, it's the ice calving off into the water. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But I think I zoomed in a little closer. Somewhere on that wall. JG pointed it out to me. He was like, look at that. See that wall? I'm like, wow. But it was this. It was like where the water meets the... there's a guy that he wanted to do a solo trek directly across Antarctica. You might have heard this. So he didn't tell anyone. He just hired his own logistics people to like ferry him there through the Drake Passage. He took a boat to this ice and got off the boat onto the ice and just began his trek. I mean, isn't that insane?
He
knew where he was going to go, but like this is where he entered the continent to cross it. Like in the ice, where the ice meets the land and the water all kind of converge. Like that's what I was told. That's what I heard.
Wow.
And he was later like had some sort of like repercussions with diplomats getting involved because the treaty and stuff.
Yeah, they don't really want you to.
They don't have to come retrieve you, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, the treaty isn't like you can't go there. The treaty is don't trash the place. So, and don't do anything secret. So if you're going to go there, you tell people. And if somebody shows up from another country and says, hey, we want to check out what you're doing, you say, okay. So somebody's asking if this is going to actually delete. This was originally I was going to have this be a deleting stream. So I changed it. This will stay up. This is too cool. All these pictures here.
There's the ice wall.
Here you go. Those little dots at the top, that's all the penguins. Armed penguins.
No, I don't see penguins.
So zoom Debunked. In. Enhance.
I don't know how with my...
You just
press space bar.
You just tell the computer enhance, and it does.
Enhance. Throw it in the chat GPT.
Haven't you seen 24 with the?
Oh yeah.
With
this is compelling, don't you think? For like the people that arrive on boats for what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, if you rolled up there on a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't. This is a lake. This is just an opening in the ice. Like we've been flying for a little bit at this time.
Yeah.
This image is at 3:25. What says AM? I don't know. My timing was probably off.
Yeah, and under that is water.
Yeah,
liquid water.
Yeah, except for the mountains.
Yeah,
right?
mountains
like,
poking out every once in a while, but
it's like this here. There's like openings in the ice.
Yeah,
as we're coming across all this. There he is.
There's Will.
Nice shot. Yeah. Sunglasses, people. Advertisement. I was like, take a look back to this, to contrast the light. I just, different headspace. That's about it. We're getting close to.
Yeah, the landing's coming up soon. I did get I think on that flight I also got a coin
to balance,
yeah.
Yeah, you did 2 of them because I saw it in your footage and then I filmed you balancing one on this one.
Oh,
there's the runway kind of ice right here.
Yeah, are the flaps out there? It looks like the flaps are out. Yeah, we're coming in.
Yeah, this is right before landing.
There you go.
It is. Where's the thing? Is this what everyone was talking about? The rainbow on the ice?
No, it was when we were in the air, I think. And I don't know what. So I like Austin and Jaron were talking about it.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were talking about.
I think it's around your shadow. So you have to have the right view so that you can see your shadow, which is the angle of the sun matters. So,
got it. There it is. It's about as far as we can go. The rest is going to get into too much. I think it goes back to video, basically.
Giving it away. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, there's a ton left. Save some of it. Look at all this footage. Beautiful. This beautiful bean footage. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Wow. Well, there it is. Exclusive.
Here only.
Got the exclusive.
Let's see if there's a couple other questions from the audience here.
Yeah, ask Coy. I'm going to have another smoke.
Shane Eslick
nobody called me a Mason.
Yeah, not yet. Well, maybe. Shane Eslick says, Jonathan, no matter the scale, while the size changes, the rotation speed is always the same. So even using a tennis ball, the rotation will be one rotation a day.
Yeah, that's the same point. So that one rotation a day is not 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So when you're on a different size thing, if it depends what you're trying to do, if you're trying to simulate the same centrifugal acceleration, then it depends on both the radius and the linear speed. If you're trying to have it be proportional,
that would actually be a cool. That would be a cool clock if you could make a clock that spins for a globe clock. For globers, it would be like a version, Flat Earth has a Flat Earth clock. A globe clock of a ball that spins in real time, shrunk down to the right centripetal force, speed by its ratio, a little ball, a tiny ball, like a desktop ball. That'd be cool. You'd be like, oh, it's this time of day.
Yeah. So Slart Bartfast wonders, what did you do on the 18th of December?
We basically, interviews? I did exit interviews for everyone.
Yep.
And I backed up all the footage from the hard drives on a second set of hard drives. So I had 8 terabytes of footage, well, a little under 8, like 7.5. And so I backed all that up. And I then had to unpack all my gear for the 50th time and repack it. Because for one, I wanted to check inventory. And then 2, I had to travel with all the lithium batteries on my person. So
yeah, you can't check them.
So I had to repack, because when you go to Antarctica, it's, you can, again, anytime you fly, basically you have all the batteries in the backpacks, but anytime we're there shooting, I would have my backpacks on me full of, different things broken up for sound or lenses or cameras or the lights, things I could unpack. So it was a little different structuring. So there's a lot of packing and unpacking and laying everything out on the floor, looking at it, taking a picture of it, checking it, counting batteries, counting cameras, filters, SD cards, micro SD cards, CFast cards, Atomos Ninja SSD cards. My clothes were really just cushioned.
Yeah, I mean, you basically you wore one set of clothes the whole time. Nobody said anything about how rank they were smelling, but we were being nice.
Hey, something funny though, if CT turns out to be right about the weight of mass on the equator being lighter than weight of mass on the poles,
yeah.
Well, airlines take advantage of that, because if your bag is 50 pounds when you fly in from the equator or close to it, or a little above it, and then you get to Antarctica and southern Chile and you're flying back, the weight is going to be a little heavier.
Yeah.
If you're right at 50,
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, because when I was in, I was in Minneapolis, so it was Delta, but the weight limit was 50 pounds. And the guy's like, he weighs mine and it's 51. I go, do I have to take stuff out? He goes, we give you 2 pounds for free. So, yeah.
Yeah, no one gave me a hard time. I had my foot when I was checking in for Latam. I did have my foot under my bag when I put it on the scale, because it was so big. So I had it under, I had to put it under it. I was sweating, man. My stomach hurt. I was in line. I was just miserable. My Spanish was terrible because I was nervous. I was like, hola, ¿cómo está?
How much
He's
Spanish?
Like, I speak English.
Oh, yeah. Everybody that we needed spoke English. It was fine. Mm-hmm. Clive Davis is wondering, did anybody use their pee bottles?
No, I don't think so. We didn't need to.
I don't think anybody
mine now
did.
At the house as a watering can for some of my plants, not my marijuana, just garden plants, like the fiddle leaf behind me.
The fiddle leaf over there on the right side. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. We got Itoria says, thank you for coming on, John. Can't call you a flirt because you're actually a decent person. Keep staying curious.
Oh, thank you. Tell me whatever you want.
There you go.
I'll respond to it if I want to. Right.
Jamie Schultz says, has Lisbeth changed her mind since TFE? And I think neither of us know.
Don't know. You'll have to go to Clubhouse, and that's where she does the Flat Earth Gang. I know they get together on Fridays. And there's a group that gets together on X on Fridays as well.
Yeah, that's a toxic group there. I think the Clubhouse is a little less toxic, but
No, Clubhouse is cool. They were cool.
Yeah.
Kirk will think with having a good conversation. People are letting him go.
Yeah. Let's see. Mark Beiser. Mark Beiser says, I solved the problem of demonstrating an EQ mount working on a flat Earth model. You mount a model of flat Earth on the EQ mount and turn it on. Hail Sagan.
Well
So
done.
did Dave go over the EQ mount with you at all?
Yeah, he did.
On the equator, on the equinox, it does a vertical circle, and so middle of the night is pointing straight down.
Yeah.
And there's no right there. How does that work on flat Earth? And there's no answer. And so, but if you just take a model flat Earth on it and mount it with the camera, that works. Then nailed it. Let's see. Tad says, when John moves, his anorak screws my fill lights. What's anorak?
Yeah, was that my hair? Like, is it too bright?
I don't know.
My.
I don't know what anorak is. 78 Mitsu says, looks like a B2 Spirit. So B2 for the plane, that fuselage we were looking at?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
What?
Uh-huh.
It's a.
Was it a
the
B2?
bomber? 60,000 feet.
It was 90,000, he said.
90,000, right.
Was that in Obi-Wan? Was that in a B2? Because that's a serious plane.
It does look like a. It's got the same square.
But the color is wrong.
Well, it's reflecting the sun. It could be black.
I suppose. Wow. Now we got it. Oh, he says nope. He says nope. All right. Obi-Wan says, Mike, tell your son to drink it in. Was 16 when I got my private hooked. 61 now, still zooming through the sky, just lower and slower. For your information, you can barrel roll a Cessna 171, but don't tell.
Sky King.
Don't barrel roll, son, please don't. He's like, I want to go to Alaska and be a bush pilot. Like, oh,
That's everybody. My cousin wanted to do that.
man, yeah, you get your hours in. Leslie Rohrer says, did he get any videos of echoes off the mountains?
Well, maybe, and I just wasn't aware when I was doing it. But I don't think I filmed you screaming at the Oakley. So,
Dave did though. Let's see. Vidar. Ooh, this is a Norwegian name. Vidar. So Vidar, I think, and then
Vidar.
O/IERAS. Ores? When the A's got a ring about it. Oh my gosh. O/IERA_S. How do you expect an American to deal with that, Vider? What are you thinking? That's tough. So apologies for not getting it right. But anyway, for 100 Norwegian kroner says, really appreciate the work you do. All of this will, of course, not change the reality denier cult, but it clearly puts them in a bad light. Thank you very much for that. Vider. I hope that's right, at least for your first name. Randomly Epic says, what's the most interesting experiment you did besides watching the 24-hour sun? The two that I thought were, to me, the coolest one was the magnetic field strength of the Earth. But I think it's probably lost on a lot of people. It's a little more nuanced, I guess. I don't know. Some people have said, yeah, don't talk about that because it's a bit unreachable. I don't know.
The solar spots were pretty cool.
The sunspots were definitely cool.
Sunspots, yeah.
Yeah, because you could see them. You could see that they were not mirrored. You could see that they're
And
the same sunspots.
People sent in, yeah.
Yeah, people in the northern hemisphere saw the same ones. So what are you going to do? It's in the wrong direction. It's not reflected. So, but yeah, for me, and then the next one, Josh Garver asks, what was your favorite math experience in Antarctica? So for math, I did the most math that I did probably was on the distance between the lines of longitude, because I didn't know where we were going to be, and I didn't do any of the math ahead of time. I'm just like, well, we'll get our latitude, longitude spots. We'll measure the linear distance, then do the math afterward. And so I had my notebook, and I had it written down, and I was, while writing between camp and halfway point and back and forth, I'm in there, I'm doing the math on the notebook there. The problem was I was very tired. And like you sit down to that truck, and I'm writing, and I'm like, I'm out. And we get there, a couple times I got there, and I got a poke in the arm, like, hey, we're here. I'm like, oh, already. That I think was the interesting math that I did, because I did not do the math for the sundial. That was done by Janusz Takis. I did write an app to calculate the time, and I did that early, and then Janusz did a similar thing and enhanced it to actually output the this thing here.
Magnometer?
No, the sundial.
Metronometer?
The sundial.
Oh, yeah.
So this...
where you do your calculations.
This was all pre-calculated, right? This is just an application of geometry. Yeah. And it was totally correct. And I show this to, they're like, lights in the sky don't dictate the shape of the earth. Like, what are you talking about? How did this work? Just don't play the denial game. How did this work? And like, nothing. So anyway, both pretty cool. Okay. Call Badger Dude, not quite. The German O umlaut and Norwegian O/ are not very similar at all. O umlaut is Finnish, though. Oh my goodness. People. Let's see. There you go. Thank you to Josh Garver. Josh does math tutoring, so that's why the question of what was your favorite math experience. So for that, I will say the distance between the lines of longitude. And I don't know where my notebook is. I've had it here sitting next to me, but I moved it. I wound up putting it into a spreadsheet though. So Dave is wondering, Dave McKeegan, how did your talk with Fakatzoid go?
It was cool. I like I was saying earlier, I think I'm pretty sure he said he believed we went, or that I was sincere, and maybe I misinterpreted it. It was a good call. I mean, they didn't, there was no gotcha. I wasn't debating. I was just giving my testimony of what I had seen. We got philosophical in it. That was cool. No, it went pretty good. There was a lot of people in the chat that had things to say, but I wasn't really reading it.
I don't think he believed you, though. I think, well, he thinks it was all faked. So he can't.
Well, I'll wait for him. To say it.
He can't.
If he breaks, they're supposed to do a breakdown of the video. So I'll wait for that to see what they say.
Of the talk you had with him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you think about this, he can't believe you and say it was faked. They're not compatible.
Yeah, but people can change their minds. You can get new discoveries, go on a different. I think people are going to evolve always in things, whether it's, taste, senses, beliefs. Things change. You get different input. That's the whole thing, right? You get different information and change your mind.
Yeah.
We went all over the place. It was a good talk. I was actually, it was at 11 a.m. my time. So that's like my sweet spot for me. I'm up early. So we were rocking and rolling. It was a good call. It was a Saturday morning. I think it was like 3 hours long, 4 hours long, something like that.
I was working on the wall.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing here.
It's a big, beautiful wall. We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a beautiful wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. A beautiful wall.
I have Clive Davis says they are still saying it's faked. Okay, Facatzoid is. So the reason why he's Facatzoid is so there's 24 flat earthers that were invited. He was in the list back in March or April.
Yes, I saw something about this, right?
So he knew that, yeah. And then he's like, and then in a debate in May, he was asked about being invited. He's like, yep, I'm invited. That's pretty cool. And then more recently, I was asking him on my Discord server, I think before we went, like, why didn't you go? I'm not sure if it's before or after. Anyway, it was, why didn't you do a crowdfund? Why didn't you do something? And his answer is he didn't get a formal invite. Like, what do you mean you didn't get a formal invite? What constitutes a formal invite to you? And he would not answer that question. And then I was doing a live stream, and during that live stream, he's in the chat. He's demanding that I bring him on. I said, fine, you can come on. But if you do any sea lining, you're out. Sea lining is you ask a question without expecting an answer, right? And so he comes on and he's like, how come I didn't get a formal invite? And so my answer back to him, because I can't answer without knowing what a formal invite is, I say, what is a formal invite? And he just said, how come you can't answer the question? Why didn't I get a formal invite? I'm like, you're sea lining, out. So, but I knew what he was going at because I knew the history. He did not get an email. And the reason why he did not get an email is because his YouTube channel does not list his email address. And Will, back in March, was asking me, do you know this guy's email address, this guy's email address? And I was giving him out different email addresses. And he goes, do you know Flatsoys? I said, I don't. Let me go to his YouTube channel and look. And nope, it's not there. So in March, when Will was compiling the list, I did not have his email address. So then this is the best part. He's off my show at the time, but he's in the live chat. I go, and I say that. And then I bring up his YouTube channel and I show live, no email address on there. His whole thing, no email address. Well, he goes and hot edits his channel description. And what was on there, what I was showing on screen, there's a Bitcoin address and there's a whole bunch of different links. Links to music stuff, links to whatever, links to Patreon, or I don't know what, right? Bunch of links, no email address. Well, then somebody says he changed it. So I reloaded it after I took a screenshot. And it's his Bitcoin address and his email address, but not in the normal place for an email address. And then somebody says, wait a second, he had an intermediate one. Got a screenshot. So his email address is flatzoid@gmail.com, but he had fat fingered his own email address as facatzoid@gmail.com. Somebody got a screenshot of that and he accused me of faking it. That's the whole
Facatzoid.
The whole thing. So now he's Facatzoid. Because he could have just said, oopsie, I fat fingered it. Nobody would care. It wouldn't be funny. But the fact that he's denying it is what's funny. So, all right, I got one more question here. Jack Fetter says, did you all meet in advance to pre-plan, pre-debunk evidence? Looking back, what would you add?
Nope. Yeah, well, I would have added a green screen. It'd been great.
Giant green screen. The whole thing.
Just to have. Just to throw some controversy in there. Just throw a couple wrenches. You know? Let them talk.
Yeah. Well, I think it's been a while. It's been long enough.
Yeah, 5
Jon,
hours.
I really appreciate you came on kind of last minute.
Hey, yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
This is it was good. Like to see your pictures. That was the frosting there. So, all right, people. So you know it's who should you vote
midnight
for?
10.
It's
vote for the person that makes you happy.
Well, that's Fakatsoid, of course.
Oh, is this for that?
The top left, yeah.
Yeah. Top left.
Anyway. All right. Anything you want to say, Jon, before we go?
No. It's been fun.
All right. Thanks a lot, man.
You're welcome.
We'll see you.
Good night.
What's on? What's on? Yo, it's what's it humbly step into the mic. Flatzoid, let's debate 2025, I'm top left tonight. I was in Antarctica, bro, the truth is undeniable. This is so funny, Ryan, are you moderating this, bro? Electrostatics, yeah, that's the real deal. Relative density, disequilibrium, that's second tier. Admittedly, I'm the champ, my facts stay true. You're like a NASA render, Flatzoid, fake through and through. Nah, what's it, your logic's all skewed. Explained it before, just for horse short and views. You were duped to think you were in Antarctica. Union Glacier staged, it's not the real Antarctica. It's all Unreal Engine, scripted and fake. Let me break it down, here's the physics at stake. If something's denser, it burns energy fast, but takes longer to move. Your theories won't last, and yet it still accelerates at the same base rate. You're optically divergent, but physically convergent. Checkmate, 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 checkmate. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flatzoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flatzoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. Bro, you call that science? That's a wild delusion. Every line you spit just deepens your confusion. Admittedly, I don't trust models, it's true. But our model, though not defined in full, is superior. Globe's falsified, bro. You say optically divergent, but physically convergent. Let's discuss moon phases, magnetic cycles emerging like the center of a Ferrocell image. It's etherically displaced through the ether Flatzoid. Your whole case is erased. Nah, Witsit, this stage is mine. Your nonsense is weak, I'm top left by design. Amplitude? Bruh, hypotenuse is the angle. Those chairs were concrete, your logic's in a tangle. That's a trait in psychology, covering a lie. I totally saw the sunrise, Southwest don't deny. That's no floodlight, it's the sunrise, it's real. Your charade's exposed, there's nothing left to conceal. And for the record, I never denied the South Celestial Pole. I just said there's no actual South Celestial Pole. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flatzoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flatzoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. And 25, who's taking the crown? Witsit or Flatzoid, we're breaking it down. Dunning-Kruger legends, we're lighting the way. No facts, just the hype, cause we're here to stay. And y'all, see, Dunning-Kruger legends, lighting the way. No facts, just the hype, cause we're here to stay.